Oh wait, my music isn't going through. Oh boy, that's an issue. I can hear the music. You cubs can't hear the music. What's the deal with that? wait. I guess my headphones it is. Yay! Buzzy. But hello Everycub. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Hi. Welcome. And Buzz, hi. You can hear the new room sound? Okay, can you? It's a little, we'll talk about that in a little moment. It's still a little barren, so if I sound echoey, and then heck. Hi Buzz, hi. Thank you so very much for the tier 1 sub for 39 hecky months. Thank you. Wow. Thank you for your continued support. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hello. But yes, hello Everycub. Welcome on in. This is the first move since... First move? What? This is the first stream since the move. And I've been here since Friday, yes, but I haven't been able to unpack things for whatever reason. Please, I don't know why, but I was like, oh, I'll unpack my own stuff later. So I unpacked the kitchen, the bathroom. I've been waiting for a raid. Hi. hi! Oh my goodness! Hello! Hello, raiders! Welcome, welcome! Cabs, you know what to do. Ham smash raiders, hack me hat! Welcome, welcome on in. Oh! Ah! I didn't mean to click that! I'm putting my windows on the other side. Hi, welcome in raiders. My name is Tipanya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the gal and nya, and it's very nice to meet you. Welcome. Azella, thank you for the shout out. Thank you. I hope your stream was doing super well. Baba's you? Wait, I felt like they just recently changed something up, right? Or maybe they made like another new game modification, because I saw something that looks like Baba's You, but I've never played the game, and I didn't look too much into detail, so I hope it's the new thing, and if it isn't, then maybe I was just hallucinating the whole thing. Yes. Well, thank you so very much for the raid, and welcome on in. We just started, what do you call it? A stream, so I'm starting off with my life story, so please don't, please do mind me. Don't mind me. do something. Howdy to the big thinking stream with lots of puzzles. Oh, puzzles and me don't get along very well. You have to be humongous, ginormous. Any other word for big? Humongous? Did I say that right? You have a big brain, basically. But I hope it was still a fun stream, regardless. How do you call it? But feel free to hang out and lurk. I eat something super yummy or even drink something super yummy. I don't blame you for whatever you do, but again, welcome on in. They made Baba Does Taxes. Oh yeah, they did! But I feel like there was something even newer than that. And Reb, hi! Hi, Reb! Ah! Sorry. Hi, Reb! Can you hear the excitement in my voice? I don't even know how I'm doing the vibration like that. Oh, you know, again, maybe I should have adjusted my audio a little bit to custom the new room. I feel like if I scream even like, you know, my screaming here is probably not necessarily ideal. And you know what's not ideal? My computer is facing a window, so if anyone wants to just step outside, they get a free little show, I guess. They'll just hear me in my whole conversation being like, who the heck is she even talking to? But yeah, no, anyway, so TLDR, too long didn't read. I moved into a new place on Friday. I've unpacked everything but my own room, so my own room is somewhat barren, and to be honest, the only thing that's set up right now is my desk and my computer, because honestly, that's all I need as I surround myself with boxes, being like, I'll unpack that later. But the kitchen looks nice, and the bathroom, I'm fully stocked. I love my 4 toothpaste and toilet paper to last me the entire year. Let's go! We're being prepared. Oh my goodness, we'll talk about it a little bit more, just a little bit. Let me say my hellos before I get too caught up into everything. And yeah, we have to come back to reality, because I have an exam tomorrow and I definitely have not studied for it. I made a study guide for it. You see. But I have not actually looked at it since then, so anyway, Masaya, hi, welcome on in, welcome, Helmy, hi, welcome as well. Tippy tap stream time, it is tap, tippity tap. Welcome on in, welcome. Hi, Bata as well, hi, welcome. Oh my goodness, hello. And Night, hi, welcome as well, welcome. Tabuko, hi, Gaga Nyan time, it is. Hello, welcome on in. Helmy says, oh, I see your tweet, the midterm's already tomorrow. No panic, you got this. I know. I saw your message and I'm like, maybe it isn't tomorrow. Maybe today's Tuesday and I don't know it. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my cub said tomorrow's my midterm at 7 p.m. and I work, so I'm kind of like, So we're finding any time to squeeze in. So what was it? I think Monday I was still moving stuff. Tuesday is when I finished the study guide, or maybe that was Monday. Sorry, my sense of time is so bad right now. And yesterday, oh, I got out really late. I got out like 2 hours later than expected from work, and then it takes me like an hour to cook something. And then I was like, it's anime night, so I'm like, I can't hecking stream. Heck. Because today's stream was gonna be yesterday's stream, but it definitely didn't work out that way, so But not thank you for the hydrate. Give me just one moment and I'll get you. I promise, I promise, I promise. Hello, hi, welcome in as well. Welcome. Congratulations on winning the gamble. And Monte, hi. Thank you for coming with the Tipanya. I appreciate it very much. Hi there as well. Welcome on in. Congratulations on also winning the raffle. Let's go. Gamers, scalmers, winners, chicken dinners. Hi, Boyd. Hi. Welcome. Boyd says they could hear the new sound. New room sound. Is this true? Can I get a confirmation on this? Please! I'll try to furnish it. I'll have more than a desk, I promise. Rosali, hello, but I didn't say officially hello. I think your squeak is more powerful. Let's go. And do you need blackout curtains? I do have an extra panel, so I think it should be okay. Welcome on in, welcome. Let me say my hellos. I do my shout outs and then Pals. Hi. Welcome on in, welcome. Hold on, give me one moment. Rip, Pals, help me. Da-da. Welcome on in, gamers. Welcome. Alright, so yeah, one day this place will be furnished with more than it does today. It's not today. I just want to let you Cubs know about the move and how it's been and blah blah. Cubs, I don't even know how to begin with the story because I'm kind of like, let's start with the beginning. So I was supposed to move Friday, correct? Friday the 13th. And listen, I am not superstitious by any means whatsoever. And I was supposed to move out at like what, 7 or 8 a.m. It was like any time in between that. So it's like, whatever. So I woke up at like 6 or 7 and I was just like, okay, I'm gonna pack all my stuff on my mattress. I'm done. I'm ready to leave. I get a call and they're like, hey, Tippa. And I'm like, yeah, that's me. What happened? They said, hey, our truck is stuck in storage right now. There's been a power outage in the area. And so there's no manual to lift up the gate to the truck. So there's a guy who's gonna come in at 9:30. It should just be like a simple like switch or flip of the breaker. And I'm like, oh, okay. And 9:30 comes around and nothing happens. And speaking of, oh my goodness, totally, hi, oh my goodness, welcome. You were playing Lisa? Let's go, a couple good days. Welcome on in. Welcome, bears. My name is Tipanya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the gal nya. It's very nice to meet you. So many raids in so little time. Let's go. I hope your stream went super well. Welcome on in, and Johnny, hi, welcome. We're just catching up with my stroke of bad luck, basically. But it's okay. Damn, bros really had to call a guy to flip a breaker? Insanity. No, it was insane. I was like, oh, okay. 2-hour delay? Let's go. And oh gosh, here, let me answer totally really quick before I get super stupidly invested in the story. Totally, yes, I have played Lisa. I haven't played the first segment of the game, the more like Yume Nikki-esque version of the game, but I really do like the second and third game. Second one specifically, I really do like Lisa. I love me a good psychological horror. But yeah, thank you so much, Larry. Welcome on in. Again, just a little bit of chit chat before studying, so you're more than welcome to lurk or hang out. But definitely do eat something super yummy and also drink some water as well. Thank you. Support your take with an illustration. Okay. Okay, I will do that for you. How about that, Monty? Thank you. Oh goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Do I have to put like little text? Hold on. Text. Goodness gracious. I'm also sorry about my phone. I promise I'm not popular today, but I feel like it's been buzzing in my family chat. Telling my life story. Thanks for joining. Alright, and then we put that in like a dark color. And then we'll make it less obnoxious. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Alright, so hope to put that right here. Okay. So here's the story, okay? So this is me. Maybe I should do crown. And maybe I should zoom in a little bit. So this is me, who has been awake since 6 o'clock, and now it's like 9. And I'm like, oh, it's okay. No worries. I didn't want to move. That's fine. So the guy's like, well, don't worry, Tippa. Wait until, well, we fix it. And so, what did I say? It became 9:30. So you cubs can read the clock, right? 12, 3, 6, 9. And so it's 9:30. And the guy calls me and he's like, hey, Tippa. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, switching the breaker didn't work. And I'm like, what? What? And so he's like, well, you know, we'll call you back in a little bit to see if anyone comes in. And we're like, okay, no problem. And so now, oh, let me make the canvas a little bigger because I'm drawing like humongous. And so now I think it's, what time is it now? I think it was 9. I think it was 2 at this point. So it's 2 o'clock. How many minutes? I'm broken. Say hi! Welcome. I've only been live for 23 minutes. I got into your raids. I feel so lost right now, but holy heck, I'm so tacky. But thank you so very much for the raid and welcome, raiders. My name is Tipanya. I'm a bearcat VTuber right to the gal and and it's very nice to meet you. Right now I'm telling my life story about the move. TLDR, where what you missed basically was that I'm supposed to be moving, or I was moving on Saturday? Yes, Saturday. Friday, yes, I know my days. Oh shoot. Oh no. Yeah, that works. Anyway, I was trying to move on Friday and I was supposed to move at 7 to 8 a.m. and then it's already 2 p.m. in the afternoon, so it is truly what it is. But I hope your stream was good. I hope you had fun with no game. No game, no life. Yeah. Is this a Draw My Life session? Oh yeah, it all started when I was a baby. Goo goo gaga. Nothing's really changed. I'm still a baby, but I don't wear a diaper. And I can't go topless freely anymore. But anyway, no, I'll keep this anyway. No, I'm just drawing a silly story as I go. But anyway, welcome on in. Welcome. Oh my goodness, hi Jack, hi, welcome. Shara, hi, welcome. Potatoes, hi, welcome. Oh my goodness, imagine educating. Imagine. Good thing I'm not. I'm just telling fun, wacky stories, so don't mind me. So, come here by the fire, drink some hot chocolate. Hear me ramble. Anyway, so now it's 2 o'clock, and okay, mind you, my mama bearcat, who I don't know how to draw my mama bearcat. I feel like when you draw moms, they look like, you know, they have like the lipstick and maybe they have like the blonde hair. I don't know. My mama bearcat's not naturally blonde, but she does, like, I don't know, dye her hair. Anyway, not the point. The point is, Mom Bearcat is like, hey, my lovely daughter, Tiffany, my daughter, as written on her phone, as if I told you cubs that story, that's still something that makes me laugh so much. I'm like, yeah, I do sure hope so. I'm glad the phone does confirm that. Yes, I am your daughter. But anyway, she's like, oh, Tippa, don't worry. It's 2 o'clock, even though I'm with your brother right now. And here's my brother. How do I draw my brother? Bashir eyebrows and with facial hair, I guess. He looks so old. He has hair. Anyway, So that just looks like my dad. Anyway, so so my mom bearcat's like, don't worry, Tippa, I'm with your brother right now. We have a truck. We just surprised you with a giant TV. And I'm like, oh, Mama Bearcat. Yeah, my brother is done very dirty. My brother is, what do you call it? I don't know how to say it without sounding weird. I feel like my brother is a very, like, handsome man. So to draw him like this, I'm sorry. Anyway, give him sunglasses? Okay, yeah, you know, maybe this will help. Maybe we'll take off the facial hair. Yeah, we'll just give him sunglasses. Gosh darn it. Draw a mustache? He doesn't really have a mustache. So handsome. I know, and so cool. Look at the gleam on that. Your bro looks rad as fuck. I don't know I read fuck. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thumbs up emoji. My brother. How do you? What is the Sonic the Hedgehog pose? Oh god, SG's gonna kick my ass. You know, with the skateboard. Yeah, this is my brother right now, I guess. Anyway. Anyway, no, I'm sorry. I'll hydrate twice. Hold on. Wowzers, thank you. Is this not the Sonic the Hedgehog pose? How is he? How is the Sonic man? Oh gosh. Anyway, not the point. The point is my mom called. Heck. Thank you, Monster. And she's like, yeah, me and your brother have been out since 9 a.m. And it's like, what? And we're surprising you with a giant TV. And so we needed a truck because the truck cannot fit the TV. And I know how much you said you wanted a TV. And I'm like, I guess I did want a TV because I like watching YouTube, and I don't know, but you know, thank you so much. You really didn't need to rent out a truck for that and whatnot. And my brother's like, oh, don't worry, sister, it's so cool because you deserve this, and don't worry about it. And I'm like, okay, sure, fine, whatever, thank you. But this is all at 2 o'clock, and then at a little bit after 2, so now it's maybe close to 3, the movers call me, and the movers are like, hey, Tippa, and I'm like, because I've been awake since 6, remember, at this point, so I'm like, yeah, what's up? What's the news? They're like, yeah, we're gonna have to move your move to tomorrow at 7 a.m. And I'm like, what? Yeah, sorry. We don't know how long the electricity guy is gonna be here. And what happens is that the guys who were gonna move you had also been up, and they've been at the storage since 7, and we're all like really equally frustrated. And you know, props to them for their communication and everything like that. But like, you're telling me that I am set. Everything is packed. My PC, my bedding, everything is packed away. And you're telling me that I have to wait until tomorrow? Also, keep in mind, by the way, my situation with my roommate, though I have not really talked to him for that like month I was living there, I definitely felt uncomfortable. I definitely didn't tell him when I was leaving, by the way. I just want to put that out there. He was like, yeah, I want you to move by November. Brother, I had to move as soon as possible because one, I don't want to twiddle my thumbs and be like, oh god, I'm really stressed out about this move, and I don't want to wait until like near my finals to be like, yeah, now you have your finals, which determines your whole semester, and then you're moving. I'm like, no, didn't want to deal with it, so I tried to do action as fast as possible, as humanly or bearcat possible, while trying to balance school, work, etc. Gosh, this time was so stressful. But basically, I was already so done. I was so done of being in that room, in that location, and I was just so uncomfortable that I'm like, I cried. I literally cried, and I'm like, I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here. I have everything packed away. I'm ready to leave. I've been waiting for this day the whole week. Please let me leave. I don't want to be here another night. I didn't. So it's just such an uncomfortable situation to be in. So I told my Mama Bearcat, I'm like, hey, Mama Bearcat, I can't move until tomorrow. And she's like, what? And I'm like, huh? She's like, well, good thing me and your brother, we we have a truck. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, we have a truck. Remember, for the TV, we're just gonna move all your stuff. I guess that's just what we have to do. And I'm like, what? So I'm like, really? And she's like, yeah, let's go ahead. We're gonna move your stuff. And so thankfully I'm only one bearcat, so it's kind of like, oh yeah, that's fine. No worries. Let's move the stuff. But the issue is just the history of my mama bearcat, my brother, is that my mama bearcat got into a car accident, and so her back and her knee and everything is just not good. And I'm moving from a second floor apartment, mind you, and then we have to like cross like a parking lot. So I'm like, and then my brother keeps breaking his knee for as long as I lived, by the way. And my siblings and I have like a weird age gap where we're like 20 years older, so my brother's older, but he's had definitely maybe like 3 or 4 injuries with his knee. And I'm like, oh god, you know, that's like a lot of pressure to put on someone, like, to do that. So they both have health problems, so that's the whole purpose of why I'm like, hey guys, I'm gonna hire movers. Yay! Bachi, 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 bachi. And the reason why I couldn't get alternative movers, other than my mom's beautiful personality, I gotta love Hispanics, you know. It was also because it was already 3 in the afternoon. Who am I gonna get like last minute? You know what I mean? So here I am, just like, oh god, I could move? I could fight! And so now I look like that guy from the Very Odd Parents. And I don't really remember who he was, but he has glasses. Like he got glasses or something like that. Hold on. And he had the long flowy hair. And I don't really know how to draw muscles apparently, but just please believe me. Gow gow. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. I can see. I can fight. I have a truck. How do you draw a truck? I have a truck. This is a truck, by the way. I can fight. And so now I'm like, okay, it's on. And so we spent 5 hours moving things, and because this was not a truck, by the way, I keep saying truck, it was a van. It was like a U-Haul van, so there's really no difference in how I'm gonna draw this. But this is a truck? Did I spell trunk? Truck? And the van is like this. Yeah, I have a real passion for cars, by the way. That's why I draw them. Man! Space van? No! And we, hi, hello, hi, welcome. So we had to make 2 trips. And I'm just like, oh, that's fine. So I got everything moved in. Everything was so nice. The issue is just my mama bearcat's like, hey, remember that TV I surprised you with? Yeah. You know how you went on Books of Faces to get a new TV stand for your cute little TV that you were planning to buy months later? Yeah, I got you a TV stand, and it's made out of real wood. Do you know how heavy that was? So me and my brother were just like struggling. And so I was sore for a few days, as one can imagine, right afterwards. But yeah, with the move and putting everything up and down and getting everything in, I am now at my new place, and I honestly, I don't know how to describe it, but it's not like I haven't had my own place before. It's how do you say it? When I went to school initially, my other grad program, I'm sorry, I'm not crying, I'm just sniffling right now. Hold on. Oh my goodness. But there's just something about this new place that just makes me feel so emotional, because this is a place that Cubs, I don't know how to tell you, but I've wanted to live here for maybe the past year, and somehow, in some way, in some opportunity, I got the opportunity to live at my dream place. I wanted the community because it was super safe. It's sure I could dox myself to some degree. It's right by a park, so it's very easy to walk. It's a very family oriented, or like lots of retirees live here, so it feels very safe. There's no one really like how do you call it, like I don't feel like I've ran into anyone rude. When I went into the open house when this place was first initially opened, excuse me, I had walked around the community and I had stopped a random guy, which was completely out of my personality, and I'm like, hey, do you like the place you live in? And he's like, yeah, I brought this place 10 years ago because they have rentals and they have properties that people actually have purchased. He's like, yeah, I've been living here for the past 10 years and my biggest complaint right now are the speed bumps. And I'm like, brother, say no more. Cubs, there's more to this. When I did the open house, I fell in love with the place. It's a little bit older. The cabinets are old and they don't close, but I'm just happy to have a roof over my head. The place is made out of cement. I don't hear my neighbors. My neighbors have dogs. It's plural. I don't hear any of the dogs. I've been here for a few days. I don't hear anything. I live right by the road too. I don't hear anything, and that's been like my biggest complaint while living in these how do you call it? These like very cheap apartments for the past few years. It's just so miserable. I wasn't supposed to have this place though, you know what I mean? What had happened was I did the open house on like a Monday, and I don't really remember what happened. Yeah, the lady's like, yeah, we're gonna go in order not by the people who applied first, which by the way would have been me because I applied pretty early on. But she's like, for the people who make the most income, and I'm like, oh gosh darn it, I don't have enough income like that. Like I do and I don't. Like I get refund money from the student loans, and so that can be a few thousand, so it's really nice, but I still work part-time and I don't have a career quite yet because I'm still in grad school, so I'm kind of like, no one's gonna accept me. But they didn't. The first time they didn't. I waited a week, even though the lady told me it should just be a day or two after the open house, and I didn't hear anything. And I saw the listing go out, and I was so sad. I was like, my dream place, and it's gone. I remember just complaining to a bunch of people and my friends. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so sad. You know, it's already like Saturday and they haven't called me, and definitely their office is closed, and oh, it truly is what it is. But I'm like, I have to move out of here by November. My situation again with my roommate was like, hey, you need to be out of here before your trip. And I'm like, the fucking asshole, I fucking hate that guy. But like, but in all actuality, I'm just like, okay, I understand. So I'm like, oh gosh, and I have all these exams coming up, because the longer I wait on this moving situation and plan, you know, the more stress that puts on me. Imagine I was still in the process of moving. It's like, hey, you have a midterm. Last week I had my midterm, and last week I had an exam, and all these things are gonna pile up the more I wait for it. So I have to take action immediately. So when I noticed I had lost a place, on Saturday, I'm like, okay, I just have to go back to Zillow. I love looking through Zillow. I literally had a mutual of mine dox their location for me, because they're like, can you help me search for places? I'm like, brother, say no more. I got you. But on that Saturday, and it was like a Saturday evening, like it must have been like 7 or 8 p.m. because I'm on that grind. No, but seriously, it was really late. I saw the listing for the place go up again. I was like, what? 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 And so I wait till Monday when the office closes. I wake up at 7. I don't think they open until our office at 9, but I'm just so excited. I call and I'm like, hey guys, I see that you have this property, blah 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 blah, Bearcat Mountain. What happened? I applied for this place the first time I did the open house, but I see that's been relisted again, like a new listing. What is the situation? They said the people who did get approved and that they were gonna sign did sign, but they never put the deposit down and decided, hey, LMAO, never mind, not doing this. And I'm like, what? What? Go, go! Chloe, hi, welcome. I do have a new place. I'm so so excited. I'll tell you. Che, hi. Welcome to all. Welcome. Congrats on the move. Thank you. But thank you so much for tuning in for 4 whole hecky months. I appreciate your support forever. But thank you. Basically, to catch both of you up, I wasn't supposed to have this property. It got relisted. I called Monday. I said, hey, what the heck? And they said, yeah, the people backed out. And I'm like, can I have property? Can property be for me? How do I draw, like, how do I draw this? Can the property be for me? Please? Please? for me? Please? And they're like, have you looked at the property? I'm like, yeah, I did a tour the first day on the Monday. Yeah. And they're like, okay. And I'm like, and so they put my application through and I get approved. I'm like, no way. So I'm just like, here's the best way to probably put it. I'm just so excited and happy, and it's like, yep, this place can be yours October 1st. And I'm like, let's go! And then because no one was living there at the time, I've been slowly but surely moving things, and again officially moved on Friday with that whole dumb mover situation. And so again, everything has been nice so far. Cubs, my mental health has improved immensely. I could just, like, I don't know how to tell you, Cubs, but I was not really, it's not that I was not able to leave my room, but my previous roommate took up the living room and the master bedroom with my room, like, centered in it, and the kitchen was the only spot I could be in, and then it was so messy because my roommate's a hoarder. There's no easy way to put that, and that's the whole reason also I got kicked out, but we won't talk about that too much into detail because I got mad. But then we started having roaches the past few months, you know what I mean? And so then I wasn't able to cook, so I'm just stuck in my room eating 4 for 4 Wendy's, being depressed, like, damn, this sucks. And so now it's like I could sit in my living room, I could freely cook in my kitchen, my kitchen. Pia's has been having an absolute blast with it. So basically that's the summary of what has been happening. And how do you call it, the new place has been so nice. Everyone has been so welcoming. I know my neighbors which is crazy because I did not see my neighbors who moved next door to me in the previous place, who had been there for probably 6 months, and I just saw them, I think, while moving. And I never knew who my neighbor in front of me was, so I'm just like, oh, whatever. No, my neighbor right next to me is a police officer. I feel 100% safer, not that I live in a bad community, just like, whatever. And I think the cutest thing so far from all of this are the random people I've met on this random move, because I'll explain something in a little bit as well. But I think the cutest, absolute heartwarming thing people have been telling me is, welcome home. And I'm like, no way, you're right. And you know, it makes me so excited, but it also makes me so emotional because it's like, you're right. You're right. And so it's just been really nice. I'm sorry. But I'm very excited to enjoy my new life, you know? It's been a very stressful month because basically when I wasn't studying, when I wasn't streaming, when I wasn't trying to like fend for food, when I wasn't working, when I wasn't studying, basically all my whatever little free time I've already had all went into packing. I'll never forget the day I was like, yep, I'm gonna pack at 6 a.m. get my day started so I could stream early and then dedicate a good chunk of my time to that, you know, do a study stream. I woke up at 6 and I just started packing, and my roommate wakes up, who doesn't wake up that early ever, and it's just like, wow, you're up early. And it just took all my will and power to be like, why do you think I'm up this early? Why do you think I have to suffer? Anyway, everything's nice. I don't think I have any pictures on my computer to show you of baby peas, but I did find another webcam, and I do have a little desk set up with her bed, so I think we're gonna have a much more ease of access to how do you call it, a peas camp. So that's really super duper exciting. I don't know what else. I mean, I would love to show you Cubs more pictures of the place, but again, I'm still pretty much unpacking. Oh, I forgot to tell you Cubs, because I'm looking at the photos. What day was it? Saturday? I don't know. I just went out and I went to McDonald's and I sat inside for like the first time forever, because who sits inside a McDonald's, you know what I mean? But I'm like, oh, you know, technically, you know, I have a lot of things to do today. Let me just treat myself to breakfast. First of all, it was really sad because I was like, oh, McDonald's breakfast ends at 10:30 and it's already 10:30 and I'm not gonna make it. And no, turns out they actually served their lunch at 11. Now, I don't know if this is a nationwide thing. Sorry, I was supposed to be telling my story. I don't know if that's a nationwide thing of McDonald's serving food at 11. I always thought it was 10:30, even when I worked at Donald's with Mick. But Pog. Pog! Breakfast. Oh, you can't even see that. At 11 a.m. Right? Yeah? Yeah? Gosh darn it. I'll just have to move it because I'm too lazy. And so I just sat there eating my hash brown chicken McGriddle and orange juice. And I'm just sitting here because there's like a really pretty corner view of like the road that's here, and there's trees and whatever else. There's nature, and I'm just sitting here, my stupid orange juice, looking outside the window. Crying. That's all I wanted to say. Just teared up. I was just like, oh, it's so beautiful. Anyway, that's pretty much the highlights. I met a friend in the neighborhood. Her name is Sydney. She apparently is gonna stop by later today, so that will be super fun, exciting things. I think the only negative thing that's happened so far at this place, which is not even a negative, I think this is my own downfall, is that I had woke up. This is such a stupid story. I was napping, right? I was big ZZ energy because I'm so physically and mentally exhausted from all this, right? And so I'm taking a nap and I wake up to like knocking at the sound of the door, and there's this guy who's like, yeah, I'm part of your internet provider. And I'm like, what? I didn't ask for anyone for the internet provider. And it's like, yeah, no, aren't you insert first name and last name? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I am, but I didn't really ask for anyone. And it's like, no, I'm just here for like customer service and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, huh, well, you know, I don't know if you guys got to peek at it, but my internet speeds, for whatever reason, how do you say it? It's 22 megabytes, mega whatever. What is the speed? So I don't even know how I'm streaming right now. But when I had set up my Wi-Fi, it was 22 was the number, and I'm like, damn, that really sucks, because I'm paying for 500, and then my roommate, who I'm sure will make their appearance very 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 soon, it's almost getting 500. So I'm like, but I'm not getting 500. Please help. And he's like, okay, can I come in? And I will never let anyone in my house. So Mama Bearcat, where is she? Mama Bearcat, for whatever reason, has instilled so much paranoia into me. She's just like, ooh, be careful, they're gonna kidnap you and do bad things. Don't let anyone in your house that you don't know. And I'm like, oh, but it's the guy from the internet provider. So I let him into my house, and nothing was weird. He was just like, oh, this looks like a nice place. And I'm like, oh, thank you. He's like, oh, it looks, you know, it's a little bit older. I'm like, oh yeah, it is and all that, but you know, it's really really nice, and I'm paying pretty cheap, so yeah. And so we had like a small conversation that doesn't like put any like red flags or alarms or anything of the sort. And we have like small talk because he's interested in moving. And I'm like, well, I just moved here, as you can tell. Ha 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 ha. It'd be funny to be neighbors. Ha 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 ha. And you know, nothing abnormal. But when I had called my roommate's like, I never called for anyone for the internet provider. And I'm like, huh? Wait, you did it? And then, you know, you always hear about these scams about people who just like, I don't know how you say it, like fake being the internet provider people and just to get into your house to sell things. So I'm like, thinking emoji. Did I just let some random guy into my house? And I was allowed, like, you know, there's like all these red flags. So I'm just like, oh gosh. So I called the internet company and they're like, yeah, we don't know why he was there, but guess what? Great news. He works for the company. And I'm like, yay, there's one anxiety out of the way. But, you know, you hear about people who like sketch out houses and whatnot to see what to break into. The guy could steal the giant TV that took 3 people to get into this house. Sure, he can do that, but all there was at the time they came in was my cat, me, and some boxes. So it's kind of like, sir, I don't know what you're scoping, but I was heavily emphasizing, like, yeah, I don't live alone. I have friends. I have a roommate that frequently come over. Do not break into this place. I live by a cop. So, I haven't had any, like, bad vibes since, but this was, like, what, a situation from 2 days ago that really, like, messed with me. So I was just like, oh, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Damn, these people poorer than me. Brother! I get the movers. If I didn't have to put all my energy into moving, I probably would have been unpacked, you know? But I'm just so tired. But yeah. Sorry, I should catch up with chat. I'm so sorry. But I think that's all my stories. So now I will combine it, and I think life will be good, right? Yeah? Connie says, was her ice cream machine broken? Brother, I should have asked, but it was again breakfast at like 11 a.m. Or, well, 10:45. So, I don't know. But, you know, I think the place is nice enough that they take care of their ice cream machines. Because so what happens when I used to work at Donald's or Mick, not McDonald's. What happens is that the ice cream machine will break because no one's maintaining it, and it requires very frequent maintenance. But the issue as well is that it takes like a hot moment for that to get it takes a hot moment for that to get arranged. Like you need a dedicated crew member to be there for like the next hour to tend to that ice cream machine. So it's kind of like that's why they tend to break down, but it's okay. It was still very good. I had a good time, even though I was crying looking out at the scenery, drinking orange juice. I promise, like, again, when I say cry, by the way, I think I only grossly sobbed. I can't remember. I think I grossly sobbed when I heard the news about moving, but every time I cry, it's basically just like tears run down. I'm just like, okay, all right. But also now I'm losing my voice, so please forgive me as I clear my throat. Sorry, one moment. But yeah. And there's some people who pose as utility workers to case a place. Yeah, exactly, Faust. That's what I was so worried about the initial situation. And a lot of people are like, well, did he have a truck? And I'm like, oh, my parking situation in my complex is so wacky because there's only 2 designated parking spots where I live. And everyone else will have to park somewhere else. So I'm like, no, I'm sorry, I didn't see a truck. And they're like, And I'm like, did I just let some random guy in my house? Hold on one moment. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Anyway. But yeah, he knew my name, so it was fine, but it was just so random. Like, no one, when I called the internet providers, could be like, yeah, what was the reason for his visit? Oh, I don't know. But he works here, so it's okay. And I'm like, is it really? Hi, Seth. Hi. Welcome in as well. Sleeper, hi. Welcome, belated. Hi, welcome as well. And I'm sorry to anyone else who I didn't get the opportunity to say hi, but hi, welcome. But yeah, I think that's a good summary of everything that has happened so far. So I don't know, it's very, very, very nice. Maybe I'll get a picture of my setup. At least that may how do you call it, be some motivation, I suppose, to try to see if I could get everything organized. She's back! I am back! Robo, no! I'm sorry, Robo, you'll have to watch the whole VOD to catch up with these wacky drawings. Thank you, Monte, by the way. Thank you for the support your take with an illustration. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wouldn't have so many fun memories if it wasn't for this. But yeah, let me go ahead and get this out of here. So many tapas, so many. So many for me. Oh my goodness. Anyway, Everycub, my voice is still like for whatever reason. Sorry, that was a gross noise. I apologize. I have a little frog in my throat. So one moment. Let me at least drink some water, then we'll talk about what we're doing today. But yeah, I am back. I will be here for the next year or so. I met my landlords. They're very... I haven't met my landlords. Let me correct that. How do you call it? I talked to them over the phone and they seem very, very nice. I feel like I'm being like gaslit indirectly. Not on them, but I was like, hey guys, these outlets don't work. And they're like, have you tried flipping the switch? And I'm like, yes, I have. But then they flip the switch and then it suddenly works. And I'm like, huh? So I'm like, oh, okay, sure, whatever. And they're like, oh, have you tried this? And I'm like, try what? And then it just suddenly works. But I'm like, I promise it wasn't working, like the mail key. I was like, hey, I don't think this mail key's working. And because I was under the assumption that I was this double-digit number. And apparently it was a single-digit number on the mailbox. So I'm like, huh, that's really weird. Anyway. Let us get to business. Oh, let us do the stuff. Halvey says this doodle sheet's desktop wallpaper worthy. Thank you. I definitely will get something a little bit more, I don't know, nicer. Please commission me $5 whole. I make desktop wallpaper worthy. I can make silly doodles. Watch me. I'm a speed doodler. But anyway, now that everything's thankfully settled down, gosh darn it, I have to get back into reality, which sucks. Woohoo, because it's not just this midterm tomorrow, but I have an exam this weekend as well on Sunday. Oh, wait. No way, hold on. I'm searching for the VChat link right now. Oh brother, I don't draw art like that. Hold on. No way. So I just remembered something really quick. Wait, that's good for me. Wait, why am I panicking? Wait, hold on. Cause I had to organize this really quick, and I'll tell you what I'm organizing really quick. Wait, what is this weekend? The 18th? No, the 20th? Okay. So the reason why I was panicking is because so it's not just this midterm on Thursday or tomorrow. I also have an exam on Sunday, and he was like, okay guys, do this. And I'm like, do what? And he's like, just put your name into a Google spreadsheet. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, everyone probably took their time slots and blah 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 blah. Man, this really sucks. Blah 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 blah. Nope, he actually just organized us, and I go at 8 a.m. Sunday, which I'm like, wait, that's great. So I can leave early. Let's go, gamer. But yeah, so I have a test on this Sunday as well. Then I have a test on Tuesday, and then I have a test on the 28th. So the tests are never gonna stop, and I'm never gonna stop these study sheets. And And so, what was it? I think 2 days ago? 2 days ago being Monday, I finished the study guide and it's 90 pages, and please don't get like, what do you call it, spooked out. A lot of it's actually images, so we'll kind of go into it, but basically it's just 6 units of stuff and we'll break it down as we go. But this is for the topic of neuromuscular, and neuromuscular is like, ooh, the brain with the body. Oh, sorry, it says silly doodles are the best. They are. I have a bunch of random doodles I haven't shared with you cubs, but a lot of them are also like work in progresses, you know? But yeah, I'm in Test City right now. The grind is super unreal. The tests are testing your self-testing skills? No, Void. The tests are testing my hacking patience right now. What the actual heck? Why do you think it's appropriate to do all these hacking tests? That's okay. Study streams are never gonna stop. So much content to come. Exactly. So much content. And luckily today I had the opportunity, or I guess this week had the opportunity to make my own little guide. And so it's a rare study stream rather than us just sitting in silence with some bossa nova music playing. Which, don't get me wrong, nice. But yeah, there's still a lot more to do, you know? Yeah, let's learn. But also, I'm so sniffly. It got cold in Bearcat Mountain. I mean, it's been cold, but like it got colder, so I don't think I'm sick. I just think it's from all the emotional roller coasters of the past hour. So excuse me if I sound sniffly. Or I could get some Mentos, or it's not Mentos. Oh my gosh, Vicks, and I could just like stuff it up my nose. Do you cubs do that? You know, like the chest rubs? My mama Bearcat would always like, you know, she's like, okay, rub it on your chest, your neck, and put it up your nostrils. I don't know if you're supposed to do that, but that's what I was raised on. So I'm kind of like, oh, if I do that right now, I wouldn't have this congestion. And when I mean the chest rub, by the way, I mean like that minty stuff, you know? You've been using nose spray? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope that you feel a ton better. I've never heard of nose spray before like that. Don't you feel like you're like choking? Like you sprayed up your nose and you're like oh goodness, it doesn't sound comfortable, but oh yes? Oh. I'll send you the chest rub, okay? I will. I'll send it overseas. Or I'll send you the $2 that it costs. Sin, hi! What a cute outfit, thank you! Don't mind the floating hands, but yeah! Da-da! Da-da-da-da-da-da! And I have boots! Da-da! Thank you! Thank you! Sin, did you know I moved? Not that it isn't the whole topic from like everything, but now I can use the Neopets mug that I was like, oh yeah, I really want this. And now I can use it, so I'm very excited. And I can use my coffee maker. I've been using it for the past few days, and oh, it's so nice. Okay, sorry. Anyway, the whole fit's good. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Monty says it's useful though with the plugged noses. Yeah, but it just sounds like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's like having water up your nose. That kind of sensation. I don't think that's so comfortable, but you know, if it works for you, yeah. I'm winning. I'm also gonna win by drinking water. I got tucked in and covered in vapor rub countless times as a kid. I get the deal. But did you ever have it up your nose? just asking for a friend. My sense of smell is so good. Yeah? Okay, good. I was like, I hope that's fine. Maybe it's magically increased my sense of smell. Like, oh wow. I can smell a mile away. Thank you. Anyway. But big victory sip, as I also victory scream. We have learned nothing. We've actually just been chatting. We talked about the move and the whole situation, but I'm gonna get into it now, okay? Neuromuscular! Wow! Look at all the notes that we're gonna go over, Cubs. Wow! So amazing! Wow, Tippa, you learned so much. Yep, I do learn a lot. Yep. We're gonna go over all this. Yay! The notes are plentiful. Exactly. It's like the Thanksgiving bounty. Oh my gosh. Went through a lot. I have gone through a lot. I am tired of suffering. Yeah, let's get started. So, I guess maybe I should go over the units. So today on our agenda, we're gonna learn multiple things, okay? Do you learn principles in building strength? Yeah. I don't have many notes in that, so I'm so sorry, Weave. I still have to organize my notes a little bit for that section. Like the later bits are a little wacky, but that's okay. But yeah, Unit 1, intro to stuff. So basically it's going to help us with our decision making and augmented interventions, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Unit 2 is all about goal writing and documentation and how my career can work with other people and their careers and how we can have a nice little rounded healthcare system for one individual, because, you know, one person can't do it all. I know a lot of people are like, but my doctor. Yeah, but your doctor may not specialize in certain things or may not deal with the things that you have to do, so you might have to be referred to somewhere else, or, you know, work as a team to help you address maybe some of the deficits that you have. Unit 3 is gait analysis. Unit 4 is balance and gait intervention. Unit 5 is going to be about dosing principles for improving strength, aerobic capacity, and endurance. And then Unit 6 is all about cognition, baby, your memory, and your perception, and some upper extremity treatment. Again, most of this is going to be directed to the neurological population, though I'm sure that some of you cubs can definitely take a little bit out of this, so But hi, welcome. Tippa, so cute, thank you. We're gonna have Tippa Witch for the rest of October, and it's already midway. Heck. I promise I'll bring her back. Channel point redeem. Huh? It's not probable about progressive overload, perhaps? Yeah, no progressive overload. Woohoo. Did you read the dosing part? Yeah, dosing. Like, you know, dosage. Like, hey, do two sets of 10, you know? That kind of dosage. Not like dosing off like Z. That's with a Z instead of a S. Anyway. So, speaking of the stuff that we were talking about earlier with the doctors and working with other people, etc., it's very, 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 very important to understand some of the clinical reasoning and decision factors behind some of the healthcare, especially for my career in rehabilitation. There's all these different guides that we can use. I'm gonna politely but yeah, there's a whole push, and I know it sounds very obvious, but there's a big push for people to be treated as a person rather than their diagnosis. So this isn't some 70-year-old with Parkinson's. This is a 70-year-old guy who's had a wife for the past 20 years who is a little bit more able-bodied to help take care of his needs in the house. They live in a 2-floor home, and the bedroom's on the 2nd floor, and he's having some difficulty going up the stairs, so maybe we should help him with some stair training and getting up the stairs safely, because he's using some kind of assisted device to get back up, and blah 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 blah, you know? So this is where the ICF model comes in. The what does this stand for again? International classification of blah 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 and functioning, right? And so yes, we do keep in consideration. Let me see if my mouse picks up. Yeah, so we do keep in consideration about the health condition, but we also want to assess the body's function and structure, which again, all this we'll talk about a little bit more in detail. Their activity, their participation in life, and some of the environmental and personal factors that may influence all of this. As you see, all these arrows are basically kind of just going everywhere and anywhere that it wants to. Womp womp. Huh? Wait, says each time I hear dosing, I remember normalization because we use hospitals a lot to do it? Huh? Thank you, Pata, for the self-care check. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrated posture. I'm sure after in a little bit, I will politely BRB. Maybe I will get the test rub. But one moment. even hydrate, and the posture check. Wow! Oh, my elbow! Hello? Elbow? Anyway. So yeah, health condition. So that could really be anything. It could be any acute or chronic disease, disorder, injury, or circumstance. And again, remember, the timing for acute and chronic kind of varies depending on literature for whatever reason. I think it's very safe to say that chronic is anything more than 1 month, and acute normally is set to 2 weeks, while subacute's 2 to 4. It's okay, it doesn't matter, but just wanted to get that definition out of the way of, again, the health condition being any acute or chronic diseases. For body function, it's any of the physiological functions of the body. So when we talk about body function and try it to and then we're trying to identify that for an individual, we can use some examples such as maybe their pain. You know how normally there's a pain scale of 0 to 10. We can see about maybe they have some reduced sensation. This can be very, more likely. Maybe patients who have stroke where they have one-sided weakness and maybe some of their sensory is also gone on one side. Decreased range of motion, so they're not able to move the way that they're able to. Some people you may hear frequently complain that they're not able to put their arms over their head, which is kind of like, oh no, that's not normal. Decreased strength, power, endurance, impaired balance or coordination, poor posture, so people who have like the hunchback of Notre Dame or Notre Dame. And then decreased aerobic capacity, so they're able to walk, but now they can't even walk around the block. They feel very exhausted and tired and blah 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 blah. Okay, from that we have body structures. So for body structures, it's the anatomical parts of the body. So when we talk about this and try to identify it, oh heck, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that it's slightly cut off. Let me see if I can fix that. Ta-da! There you go. Alright, one moment. Alright, and so for body structure, that's the anatomical parts of the body. So we will talk about joint swelling, muscle spasms, any scarring, if maybe there's a wound present, whether it's open or closed, and amputation, which is a topic that we talk a little about more heavy in our prosthetics course. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind on that course, so don't ask me anything, okay? Okay. Alright, activity is pretty much the execution of a task or action by the individual. So a lot of your activities are a lot of your INGs, or words that end with ING. So you're reaching, you're gasping, you're grasping, you're throwing, you're catching, you're lifting, you're bending, you're turning, you're rolling, you're sitting, you're standing, you're you're squatting, you're kneeling, you're walking, you're crawling. All of those are classified as activities, and then if we have an activity limitation, this occurs when they're not able to do any of these again, INGs. Sorry. For participation though, participation's gonna be more involvement into more general, larger, more broader life situations, such as maybe their self-care. Some people may be unable to dress themselves or to comb their hair or to take a shower. It could be for a variety of reasons, of course. Their mobility in the community, like they can't get to the grocery stores because they're having some problems, and again, the list kind of varies of why that might be the case. But yeah, participation is basically everything that the INGs are not. So it's kind of like, I can't go to my daughter's soccer game, and it's like, oh no, I can't go into my community event, oh no, I can't put my shirt on, oh no. So stuff like that. Other factors that we must consider with the ICF models, environmental. So pretty much this is associated with physical, social, attitudinal. Why was that in there? Anyway, environment which people conduct their lives in. So this is something to really consider because we talked about really briefly about the Parkinson patient who again has that wife and lives on a home that has 2 stories, and they're having problems getting up. Well, that's an environmental factor that we need to consider. We need to consider, hey, for this patient to go to bed, they need to go up a flight of stairs to reach their bedroom, and they're having problems with that. There's other characteristics of architecture that we can consider, such as maybe if they have a handrail, or if there's like steps to go into their house. It's like really little things that we never consider, but it's kind of like, oh, this can really be a struggle for some people, you know? And for personal factors, it's your general things. So like your race, your gender, your family background, your coping style, your education, your profession, your past and current experience, fitness, and psychological assets. Hi, Starbucker. Hi. Welcome. Voice says I wanted to study under a guy that works for prosthetics. Honestly, huge. What is the gamer term for it? I won't use the gamer term. Huge props for people who get into prosthetics and whatnot. It's how do you call it? It's not that big in the healthcare field. It really isn't. It's a very, very minor specialization, and people who are really interested in it or enthusiastic in it are so like passionate. It's almost really contagious. One of the people who teach our prosthetic classes, he's a orthopedic surgeon who specializes in prosthetics, and he is so cool. Like there's just something about him that's just oddly contagious, as well as my professor that makes me want to be like, yeah, I could do prosthetics. Yeah, I want to specialize in this. Yeah. But I don't really know the first thing about it, really. And thankfully we're getting a solid course in this, because for a lot of people who are going into my field, they don't have a course in prosthetics. They have maybe like an hour at most to be like, okay, this is your orthosis, here's your prosthetic, here's the difference between the two. Okay, have a good day, enjoy your lunch. You know what I mean? But we're having like well, not a whole semester, but a half semester of stuff. This course is, how do you call it? It's a little intense because it's a little bit on the shorter end of the courses. So how my courses normally would end in December, this one actually ends in November. It actually ends right before the trip. Let me see. Yeah, so I have the what do you call it? My final on November 19th. So about a month from now. So I better get on it, you know? Anyway, guys, give me one moment. Let me support a fellow hyena really quick. Anyway. Eh? Starbucks says, how are you? I'm doing good. How about yourself? I just had to study. I have a midterm tomorrow, so I'm all in panic mode. Panic! White says I wanted to do it because I eventually want to go into biomechanical engineering. Oh? I feel like we talked about that to a cub recently. I don't remember who I was like, yeah, this would be really neat if you like this. But yeah, I wish you all the best in getting into the career that you want, you know. That's really good that it's something that you are most likely passionate about. Oh my goodness. When you grow up on Full Metal Alchemist, so you go to the full prosthetic science stuff. You know, Full Metal Alchemist is a very good series. I cannot knock it for that one. And, you know, getting into prosthetics would be a really cool reason to, you know, or like be really motivated for that. But that would be the weebiest reason. Someone finds out like, oh yeah, I got really inspired from a Japanese cartoon. But no, I mean, that wouldn't be the worst reason, you know what I mean? I think it'd be really cool, and I'm sure that other people who would watch the series can definitely, like, you know, better approve of your motive, I suppose. Not that you need other people's approval. But yeah. So Roka says, don't panic too much or it'll be bad. Okay, I won't panic at all. Panic button off. Anyway, so let's move on. So the human movement system. So what happened with this is that there's an approach to not necessarily treat people in a sense of the previous model that we saw, but to treat people as their collection of systems. So yeah, it's not just, hey, you have this disorder. How's this affecting your cardiovascular, your heart, the pulmonary, the endocrine, the integumentary, the nervous system, and the musculoskeletal system, and how do all of those collections of systems interact to help move the body? Like, for example, for cardiovascular, if you're moving and you're so short out of breath that you're like you know, it's one of those things of like, hey, why is this situation happening? Do you have a history of COPD, chronic obstruction pulmonary disorder, or do you have something else that you don't know, or you know, do you have a history of smoking, blah 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 blah. It's like a list of reasons of why many things can happen, but this is why it's important to be able to identify it so we know how to address it. And no, even us as a rehabilitation specialist don't really, you know, deal with like, oh, we don't really deal with the heart like that. We can help keep that in mind and get the referral to someone else who can better treat it a little bit more directly than we can. We can definitely help condition the body and whatnot, but can't really do much if you have COPD and you're not being treated and you have like a 20-year history of smoking, you know? But yeah, it's just really important to, again, it's just further emphasized about treating people the way that they should be treated to help improve their quality of life. Because yeah, we can take all the measurements we want at the level of the pathology and we can get a really good prognosis to indicate, hey, is this person going to be successful or not? You know, someone with a complete spinal cord injury, yes, maybe can improve to some regard, but as you see, you compare that to someone maybe with a bit of a more minor condition or situation where it might be like, oh, I tore my rotator cuff. Like, those two people are probably most likely going to have two different diagnoses because of the kind of pathology that they have. So again, keeping that in mind, it's going to help you indicate the success, but sitting down and talking to the patient and helping them understand what their goals are from, you know, this kind of session in therapy, that's going to be more meaningful, and that's something that's going to help them get a little bit more involved, because it's not like, yeah, we just need you to get 4 out of 5 strength at least at minimum to discharge you. It's kind of like, hey, we want to help you with this motion about internal rotation because you're having a little bit of struggles because of your rotator cuff, because you're not able to clip your bra back on, you know? When you reach behind your back, like maybe if you're itchy or something like that along those lines, that kind of hand on back motion, it's considered internal rotation. And again, some people just really struggle with that, especially again when we have our rotator cuff that is impacting the both internal and external rotation, and you're not able to do that one task. Yes, we can do some compensatory mechanisms to try to see if we can address that, and that's something that we'll talk a little bit about later. But again, it's just like, okay, let's help you get back to your norm. And even if we're not able to help you get back to your old norm, let's get you to a new norm that's definitely a little bit more functional. Hi Ness, hi, welcome. Hello, I hope you've been well. But yeah, it just keeps going and it keeps going and it keeps going. Again, because we're talking in a more neurological setting rather than musculoskeletal, there's this thing that they call the 4 P's, right? It is participation, prediction, plasticity, sorry, I feel like I'm saying that weird, and prevention. So for participation, it's pretty much understanding the involvement of people in all areas of life, or the functioning of an individual member of society. So, you know, we live in a society. Speaking of society, let me take out that font, the one that I had on the laptop. Yeah, I'm gonna politely take that away really quick, sorry. White says, does this also include things like frozen shoulder? Yeah, that's a pathology, and it's actually really interesting to talk about the stages of frozen shoulder. But yeah. But good luck. You gotta take a medical exam? Oh no! I hope that you're healthy. I hope that your heart's good. Your lungs are good. I hope that your lungs don't crackle when they put the stethoscope on you. And yeah, I wish you good health, basically. Have a good one and see you later, okay? Thank you for the good luck. I'll take it all. Good luck. Yum, yum, yum. The 5th P is pats. Cue the head pats. Cue the head pats. Head pats, back pats, shoulder pats, all the pats. The 6th is P's. Let's go. Which P is P's? Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, Karma. Hi, Karma. Hi. Welcome. Double the head pads? Why, thank you as well. And curse head pads? Let me see, where my hand. Gosh darn it. Here I am gonna complain that I should have made these automatic and blah 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 and blah 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 blah. Here, I don't have Chris' hand, but I have I don't even have that. Who am I have these hands against yay! Oh, I can give myself like a little shoulder massage. Thank you for the Chris Head Pat redeem. I hope that was something. Anyway, yeah, so we got our secret 5th and 6th P's, but let's still talk about the 4 main ones, okay? There's prediction, so pretty much understanding the optimal response to intervention choice through effective practice. So basically it's just, hey, will this intervention of having this patient do this help them? Plasticity, oh, we're gonna talk about plasticity. Do not worry your pretty little heads. Plasticity is basically the idea of the use it or lose it, but there's definitely other principles to it, but it's the idea of how we do something or perform something that's going to help us change our brains a little bit more structurally and more functional in response to an experience. And then we also have prevention as our last main 4P, which is going to be the actions taken to prevent the onset of disability or disease, and to help stop its progress and to minimize its consequences as possible, you know? Alright, let's talk about other occupations. So my job as a PT, I work with other people as well, and it's really important to understand what their role is, because again, just like that whole thing about doctors, even in my own career and profession, I can't do it all. I need a really good team, and this is how the team's gonna help. I won't read through all of this, so please forgive me, but I will try to keep it brief. It's a little overwhelming to look at, but hey, it's pretty. Ta-da! But yeah, occupational therapists. So pretty much what happens is that OTs are going to work together with PTs for the recovery of upper extremities. Now, there's a really common misconception that PTs only do lower extremity and OTs do upper extremities. And when I say upper and lower means like the legs and the upper means the arms. That's not true. PTs and OTs can work with both. It's just the idea that OTs are very heavily focused with upper extremities, or yes, the arms or hands, etc., is because they deal with a lot of tasks such as prehension or grasping and fine motor skills. So it's the idea of, hey, my patient is having some difficulties performing these fine motor skills to go like button their dress shirt or button their pants. They're just not able to do it, and OTs can help give them, again, those interventions to help improve that. Speech pathologist is actually going to be a little bit of a throwback of what we talked about maybe about a year ago, so please forgive me. But speech language pathologist is going to help assess, diagnose, and treat a variety of communication swallowing disorders. Speech disorders normally occur after a neurological insult or disease. So again, think of your patient with a stroke. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about the acronym of FAST, and it's a little embarrassing I bring it up, but I don't really recall all of the FAST, the mnemonic for it, but the S in FAST at least is how do you call it, slurred speech. So it's kind of, oh no, you see that their face is drooping. Yeah, I think that's the first F. Oh gosh darn, it's been a while, I'm so sorry, but yeah, slurred speech. So there's slurred, it's slurred. They can also help with disorders if someone has dysarthria, which is a motor disorder causing dysfunction with forming or pronouncing words, so they're just not able to speak as clearly. Speaking of strokes and whatnot, there's specific arteries that may get impacted in the brain, and areas of those brains, I don't know if you guys recall Wernicke's aphasia or Broca's aphasia, but TLDR on those is that Wernicke's aphasia is that like a word salad where you ask someone, hey, how's your day? And someone will be like, the sky is blue, your hair is purple. And it's like, huh? That's not what I asked. How was your day? The issue with people who have Wernicke's aphasia is the issue of that they can hear you, but they don't have the ability to process what you're saying. So they will just respond in a way that just seems fit. Like, oh, she's asking about colors? I got her. But when in reality, it's like, no, I was asking about your day. Broca's aphasia is, again, words that are broken up a little bit more. So when I ask someone, hey, how's your day? They will be like, it's good. You think, yeah. Like, it's, how do you call it? It's just more broken up. They know in their brain how to say, hey, it's good. I thank you, you know? Thank you for asking. But they can't really form the full words to make those full sentences. So, you remember? Let's go! It all comes back. It's all building up. The semester is about the semester of build up. So, I mean, that's exciting. That's all kind of coming together at least a little bit more. But yeah, speech pathologists as well can help with communication disorders, and they can also help with swallowing disorders. So like dysphagia, I'm kind of like, still a really sensitive topic for me. Dysphagia is people who may have difficulty swallowing, and a few months ago, again, I had a really bad episode where I'm just choking on my food. And I went to an urgent care clinic and they don't know what's wrong. But they told me to take this medication. I took it and I feel better. But for the past day or two, I've been eating a little bit later, like a little bit outside my fasting time. So maybe like a little bit past 8. And I'm just like, I'm struggling to swallow again. So I'm kind of like, panic! I think I'm just going to go pay out of pocket to go see a specialist. Cries. Tired of this. Tired of this, Grandpa. Tired of almost choking. Sounds like high school, me talking to girls. Oh, the Broca's aphasia? You were able to talk to girls. you guys are so good. Alright, neuropsychologists. So these are experts and people who are going to be really good with the brain and behavior and getting that relationship settled. And pretty much they help, what do you call it? They help with return to work testing, because as you can imagine, sometimes with certain brain disorders, people may not be able to function right. I think a very common one is people who have what do you call it, like a sudden aggression sort of thing, and it's like, are they okay for work? They don't mean to be aggressive, but because of the type of disorder that they have, it's, you know, no bueno. Respiratory therapists, normally you'll see that more in an inpatient setting, aka like, you know, hospitals, but that's going to help with people who may have some respiratory management. It's just something to keep in mind and consideration with, because yes, even people who are having problems breathing, they may go on a ventilator, but you can't just leave them on a ventilator and bed to like waste away. You still need to get them up and moving, but it's important to communicate with the respiratory therapist of like, okay, what is okay and what is not okay. Case manager is someone who's going to help coordinate the care, and case managers can also be related to social workers, where social workers are a little bit more involved with the care process, where they're going to be calling agencies to help send the person out to, they do the follow-up care, etc. But just like case managers, they could all organize a team meeting, and a team meeting again being with these various specialists that we were just talking about. But yeah, your etc. You're gonna have your registered dietitians, your nutritionists, your acupuncturists, your massage therapist, your recreational therapist, and music therapist. They're all gonna be a part of this team as well. But again, not everyone is gonna need these certain specialists, and it's all based on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, let's talk about the nature of how we move. And with that as well, I'm gonna politely sip some water. Thank you, Nam. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. One moment. Alright. What does physiotherapy include? Everything we're talking about. I can give you specifics if you give me a more specific question. But I guess a good summary of physiotherapy is the idea of functional movement is pretty much one of the key components. Whether that again is going to be upper or lower extremities, a whole nother thing. But then there's different specialties and I just want to get you moving and grooving, basically. But yeah, speaking of moving and grooving, let's talk about the nature of movement. So I like to say tie. T-I-E. So for the nature of movement, the organization of movement is constrained by factors within the individual, the environment, and the task. So organize that all over together, and I get the mnemonic tie. So what does this mean? So movement's very task specific, and there's a lot of factors to consider. So let's break it down with each one. So for task, we need to consider the velocity, amplitude, the speed, and the range of motion. These are all things of like, how fast am I doing the task? Like if I was throwing a ball, how fast would I throw the ball? At what power would I do it? And what speed would it go to? And do I have the range of motion to do like that wind up of like, you know, how people do like the cartoony, like they spin it up, you know what I mean? Yeah. For the individual, there's a lot of factors that are also going to vary because we need to understand elements such as arousal, attention, cognition, sensory, perception, integrity? Oh goodness, anyway. Muscle strength, flexibility, posture, range of motion, motor function, gait, balance, endurance, elements of comorbidities, elements of just their overall health, their interest in the task, and their motivation to perform the task or movement. Again, these are all things that we need to consider with the individual, and it varies because, let's put it in more simpler ways. What is your motivation? That's one of the elements that we can consider. What is your motivation of getting up from bed? This is a little bit of a deeper story, so I apologize in advance, but when I was shadowing an inpatient, someone was recently diagnosed with cancer, and I was there with the therapist, and they had no interest in moving. They said actually just to leave them alone. They just had got the news, and it's one of those things where it's very scary because I didn't really know the details, but you know, a lot of people could assume the worst when you do have cancer of like, oh, this is basically a death sentence, you know? And so that definitely influenced that person's motivation because they did not want to get up, they did not want to move, and they wanted to be left alone. While maybe on the flip side of that, you have people who are like, I'm a grandma and my youngest one just had a kid and I want to play with the kid and hold the kid, but you know, stuff like that. Like I'm motivated because I want to do this, you know what I mean? Yeah, all factors to consider. And environment, we need to consider all the physical and psychosocial features of the environment and how that may affect movement. So that could be broken down into two things. So it could be broken down into regulatory features, which are factors that are going to shape the movement. So pretty much all the aspects necessary for a successful performance of the task, such as, let's say we're doing the walking, the angle of the walking surface. So if we're walking downhill, oh yeah, you're sure going to walk really fast. But what about if we change it to uphill, or what if we change it to flat? These are all features that we can regulate. What about the shape of the ball? Yeah, if it's a big ball, you'll be it would be super easy to catch it, right? But if it's like a small ball, like, I don't know, a ping pong, it's kind of like, oh wow, I need to use a little bit more of my like attention and focus and skills to try to catch that. The firmness of the bed is very important. So let's say that you had asked a patient, or you could be the patient. So let's say I asked you to sit on the edge of the bed and I want you to stand up. Well, the bed's really soft and you're sinking in, so it's really hard to even like push yourself off. Not that you should be pushing yourself off anyway. I'm sure you guys have all the strength to get up without pushing yourself off. But if you needed that extra help, you're not really able to do it because the bed isn't as firm. In comparison to a bed that is firm, then it's like, oh wow, it is actually pretty easy to get off. Look at me. Whoop, I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down. But yeah, non-regulatory features, that's gonna be stuff that is not gonna really direct the shape of the movement, and really it's stuff that we are not able to change or control. Now there's ways we can minimize it, but that's really about it. And so this can include the shirt, the color of the shirt, a presence of a roommate. So maybe you have someone watching you and you're like, yeah, I don't feel comfortable with that. Or like the sound in the hallway. So da-da. Alright, but let's talk about intervention categories. This is actually really fun to talk about. So, okay, yeah, Tippa, I have all these problems. I got 99 problems and this ain't one. So what are we gonna do? You know what I mean? So what's going to happen is that we can actually go ahead and provide some intervention. So how we're going to do interventions to improve motor function, there's a variety of ways, but we can sum it up into 3 main categories. We have restorative interventions, impairment-specific and augmented interventions, and then we have compensatory interventions. So one moment, hold on. Sorry. Let me adjust this really quick before I get super into it. Alright, perfect! Alright, so with this in mind, let's start with restorative interventions, okay? So for this one, what's going to happen is that we could break it down into activity-based intervention, or we could break it down into motor learning strategies, okay? Hi mommy, hi! It's been forever, it has been! Let me see how long is forever for both of us. Oh, it's been 5 months. Oh no! But even before that? Okay, no, that wasn't so bad. No! But I hope you've been doing super well. Welcome on in. Welcome. Oh my goodness. But yeah, we're doing a little bit of studying, so don't mind me. I have a midterm tomorrow, so boo! But yeah, for restorative interventions, it could be activity-based, so we basically focus on the targeted movement deficit. So someone's like, yeah, I'm not able to sit to stand. Okay, fine. Let's see what we can do, and there's 3 steps. We can resolve or minimize the impairments, as well as prevent secondary impairments. We can apply effective task-specific strats to the retraining of functional activities. So someone's having difficulties with sitting to standing, depending on what their issue is, maybe we could break up the task a little bit so we don't have to do the whole task. Maybe we could break it up into little parts. Okay, they're having problems like getting up and down. Why don't we try some mini squats in like a parallel bar, you know what I mean? And then activity-based intervention, the last thing we could do is just do is to adapt strategies to changing task and environmental conditions. So sometimes you'll have a rail to get up from, sometimes you won't, and it's the idea of like you just need to adjust to those changes to perform the task and keep those in mind. They're gonna be super duper important. Studying, boo? I'm sorry. I know, but my life and my learning and my future career depends on it. I hope you haven't been stressing out or anything, but I hope the that you get a break soon. So but yeah, let's talk about motor learning strategies. So this is really fun, and this gets really into the neuro aspect, as one would imagine. So for motor learning versus motor performance, recall that motor learning is a relatively permanent change, and it's going to happen over time. But motor performance is like the transient improvement during tasks, so it's more related to the cognitive stage, which we'll just talk about in just a moment in that image down below. But what happens is that, think of a performance like, oh my gosh, my boss is watching me, I must put on a little show, I have like an idea of how to do this, so have a vague idea of how to do this, but I don't really actually know. So that's how I kind of associate the performance, that it's not really real. And I feel like learning is kind of like, okay, I'm going to sit down and like drill this knowledge into my head. So aka what I'm doing right now is kind of like, okay, I'm drilling it. Let's go! Wait, says I remember a guy who had to stay after school for motor training. He also couldn't run properly. His run was the speed of a fast jog, but his legs fully extended as if he wasn't running. Oh, there could be a variety of reasons for that. At first I had misread it. I was like, the speed of a fast jet? What? Oh my goodness. It's all good stuff though. Oh, that's good though. That's a little bit of a relief, you know what I mean? Karma says the brain is watching me. I must move as commanded. Let's go, brain, let's go. The boss of my whole entire being. Oh my goodness, his back was straight while running? Oh, this guy was preparing for like the Naruto run. just bends a little bit. He flexes at the hip. He's good. But yeah, with motor learning versus motor performance, another thing that we have to keep in consideration is the feedback that we get. And oh boy, we're going to go so in depth with the motor learning strategies and whatnot, but we're going to keep touching the baby basics of it, okay? Okay. So you can have two types of feedback. You can have intrinsic feedback or you can have extrinsic feedback. Intrinsic feedback is very simple. It's just your own internal sensory information. This could be from tactile cues, so someone who touches you. We'll talk about augmented intervention. There's a particular one where a therapist can, of course, appropriately touch a patient to help indicate certain movements. So if someone's slouching and you press on their like collarbones, you can help kind of facilitate the like, okay, I see you're slouching. Okay, stand up straight. And then you like push on that, and then the person will be like, oh yeah, and they'll get right back up. Proprioception. So you can, it's basically, you know, like when you feel that something's wrong, you're like, oh, you know, where your joint is or where your limb is in space kind of thing. That's what the proprioception is. But like, you know, think about, how do you call it? Tandem walking, I guess, might be a decent example. You're doing a tandem walk, which is kind of like the people who do the tightrope walks where they have one foot in front of the other, correct? And so with this kind of stuff, what happens is that when you're stepping one foot in front of the other, you know how you're like shaky, you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Even though you're not really looking down on your feet, I guess that can also be proprioception. We also have visual, so maybe you are looking at your feet and you're like, oh, I feel a ton better about my balance. Vestibular, which is, again, your hearing, and the auditory receptors. So extrinsic feedback, that can also be tactile cues, visual and verbal. I do want to take back what I said about the cueing with the touching the collarbone, etc. That is going to be an external cue. Tactile from intrinsic is going to be like your own sensory information. So it isn't someone who's like tapping you on the shoulder to stand up straight. It's just the, hey, I don't feel like my back is fully on this chair. I feel like I'm slouching. Let me sit up a little bit straight. Oh, okay, that's a little bit better. So for the stages, there's different kind of stages for motor learning processes. We're going to have cognitive, associative, and autonomous. So for cognitive, as you see it's red, it's a novice. So it's like you picking up like a new hobby. Let's say you want to pick up sewing for whatever reason. Yeah. So for sewing, the skill requires full attention under the easiest conditions. So when you're learning something, you don't want to be in a really like distractible environment. You want to be super focused. Like, I'm trying to learn, I'm trying to thread this needle, I'm just trying to thread this needle, get the thread in. It's so hard. You know, you try to do everything that you can to help facilitate it, to make it a little bit easier. The more that you get to practice and do this sort of thing, and you're like, oh, I could thread a needle, no problem. You get into the associative phase, so it's kind of somewhere in the middle. As you see, it's kind of colored yellow, so it's a little 50-50. So it's the idea of that, oh yeah, I'm threading the needle just fine, but sometimes, you know, I heck up a little bit. That's fine. You're still learning, but now you're more familiar and you start picking up other things of sewing, like, oh yeah, now that I threaded this needle, now I can wind up a bobbin. Sorry. I'm throwing myself into like the cosplay days. And then autonomous is in green, so you're basically an expert at this. So the skill requires no attention, even under the most difficult conditions. So now you can thread a needle, but now you can do it, I don't know, while walking, or you can do it in a crowd full of people where your focus is definitely getting, like, you know, thrown off because people are being super loud and there's people moving around and blah 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 blah. Cram says I can't wait till we get to the dog therapy part. I wish. I hope we can. You know, it's really funny because there's a very particular part or specialty in my career that allows me to work with horses, and I've just never been a horse girl, but I get the appeal of having like some kind of service animal, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, what? Huh? There was a part like that? No, not yet, but if they randomly place me in that, I will be sure to tell you Cubs, like, hey Cubs, I get to work with horses, let's heckin' go! Or you'll be like, wow, Tippa, no way, or no way. Anyway, I'm gonna politely ban myself in a little bit, but let's finish up these stages and let's take a little baby break because we're approaching the 2 hours in the stream, and I'm not gonna lie to you, Cubs. It's kind of been talking for 2 hours straight, and I just want a little baby break, and I might make myself some coffee. I'm so excited. You know, but it's 3 o'clock, you know, almost 4. Do I need coffee? It just sounds so good, you know? Okay, I'll debate after this, but I definitely do want to get something like a little pick-me-up. But yeah, stages. So let's talk about a little bit more. So for the cognitive stage, it's basically what to do. I don't really get it. This is my first time seeing it. What are you expecting me to do? What to do? And the first stage, the learner needs to understand what the task is and then what is required to complete it. There's gonna be a lot of trial and error, but that's gonna help establish a reference of correctness because you get your right and your wrong. Basically, it's like, okay, I did this last time and I know it was wrong, so I know better this time. So training strategies. So basically, provide the learner with visual, auditory, and physical instructions to help them do a little bit better. And then have the patient explain the task verbally and provide feedback as needed. So it's just one of those things where I feel like it's a little bit more passive. If you're like, hey, thread the needle, and it's like, I've never done that before. What do you want me to do? And it's like, okay, what do you think I want you to do? You tell me. And like the most how do you say it? It's not in a way of like insulting or anything like that, but it's just like, no, you tell me. And then if you say something incorrect, then you can give the feedback as needed, and that's gonna really help out, you know? So associative, it's how to do it. So now it's not what to do, it's how to do it. So now when you're kind of here in the yellow phase, you're refining and perfecting the task. There's definitely going to be less errors, and you're going to be more independent performing the task, less reliance on visual input as proprioception improves, and there's just pretty much more consistency, you know? And then our last one, autonomous of how to succeed. It's pretty much just more independent practice, focus on perfecting the task. It's mostly error-free performance, you know? No one's perfect, so we gotta just kind of put that out there, you know? Movement becomes more automated, and learners learns how to self-evaluate. So if they mess up, they're like, oh, that isn't right. Oh, this. Ta-da! They're able to dual task, and they're able to perform tasks in varied environments. So it doesn't have to be like a quiet, silent one with just themselves. Now they can perform the task again in a varied environment. Maybe it's a little bit busy, or maybe it's not their house. Maybe they're at a friend's house, and there's all these different distractors, and blah 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 blah. Okay, and so now we have different types of practices. This one's a little, it's a little extensive, I won't lie to you. But let's get through this part and then we take a break, okay? So we talked about intrinsic and extrinsic feedback, correct? So there's also different types of extrinsic feedbacks that we can pretty much go into. So there's task performance feedback, where you can either give feedback during or at the end of a task. There's movement outcome feedback, so this one's a little bit... it's a little confusing, but you can have knowledge of performance or knowledge of results, which is kind of the similar thing of like, do you want to give the feedback during or after? And it's like, oh, okay. And then general feedback, so you can have immediate feedback, so you can have it immediately or right at that moment. A delayed feedback, so it gives like a brief delay before giving feedback. So someone is doing something and they start moving on to the next thing, and then you're like, actually, hey, about that first part. Summary feedback is after a set number of trials. So let's say they do a task 3 or 4 times, and it's like, hey, look, I did this. And repetition is key in learning things and blah, 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 blah. You would give them the feedback after a set number. Like, okay, I won't give you the feedback immediately after 1. Now that you completed 4 or 5, like, hey, let me tell you your results. Let me give you some feedback if that's even necessary. Faded feedback can be very beneficial for those who are, getting it. It's like, yeah, I don't really need to tell you or remind you now. Hey, remember to do this, and then you do a few sessions later and you're like, okay, hey, but remember to do this, and then it gets, again, less frequent as it says. And bandwidth feedback, very easy, but basically, hey, you don't give feedback unless they hack up. So easy. When did this become a part of your ISP? Ooh, the world may never know. I don't really know why they name it bandwidth feedback, but sure. Alright, for practice progression of how to get better in anything, you can either do a mass practice or you can do a distributive practice. So mass is just like the practice time versus the rest, where you're going to have a lot more practice time and it's going to be much greater than the rest time. And really, as you can imagine, this can lead to some serious burnout. It can actually lead to fatigue in some trials, because imagine it's like, okay, I want you to keep sitting and standing until you're good at it. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, that took a lot out of me. It's like, whatever. But distributed practice is that we're still doing the task, but you're going to be taking a break to the amount that is equal to or greater than the amount that it took you to perform the activity. So if it takes you, let's say, 10 seconds to do a sit to stand for whatever reason, then okay, good job, you did one? Great. Okay, now relax. 10 seconds, okay? And then after 10 seconds, okay, come back up, let's do this again, and rinse and repeat, basically. Mass practice and distributed practice, can vary. It really kind of just depends, but it's usually what happens is that mass practice tends to be more for people who are in the autonomous stage, people who are a little bit better off and don't really need that break. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, I could do this in my sleep. Wow, it's so easy. Blah 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 blah. Other different types of practices, it could be constant to variable or blocked to random. So constant practice is that the task is performed the same way, no variety. I need you to put A to B. Okay, and I'll do that 50 times. A to B, A to B, A to B. Or variable, where it's like, okay, I want you to put the color red. I want you to put A and B, but they're all different colors. Okay, put red and green together. Put blue and green together. Put purple and yellow together. Put purple and green together. It's a little bit variable, but still like the same thing. Blocked. This is similar to kind of the mass practice, where pretty much you're going to be doing the same task. Connect A to B, A to B, A to B the whole time. Or you could have it random, like, okay, yeah, connect A to B. Also, do a sit to stand. Also, can you stand on one leg? Let's actually do some balance, So that's all there is to it, really. The most effective to help with activity-based intervention, by the way, is just repetition and intense practice of the task. Again, it is the idea of practice makes perfect, and they are not kidding when it comes to this type of intervention, which again is just one of the many categories that we're going to talk about. But at least we're done with one. We'll get to 2 after our little baby break. For the second one, strategies that are going to enhance active motor learning and motivation, or adherence and enhancing behavior. Basically do things that are going to help with motor learning and motivation. And then use strategies that are going to encourage use of the impaired body segment. Again, I kid you not with this use it or lose it business. Let's say you hurt your hand or something like that, and you're like, oh, I don't feel really comfortable. I don't want to use my right hand because it hurts. It's like, no. Then you're going to end up being more reliant on your left hand, which might sound good temporarily, but you really want to practice with both, so you keep it up with both and you keep up the strength, nothing atrophies, and your brain doesn't lose, like, I don't know, this is the most informal way I could say it, like power to the right. So again, this kind of goes back to people with stroke. So people with stroke, it's very easy for them to only use one side because that is what they have. Let's say you have a right-sided stroke that affects the left side of your body because your body is wired in such a weird, wacky way that it's opposites. depending on the scenario and situation. And it's like, yeah, I can't use my left hand, but I can use my right hand. I guess I'm gonna do everything with my right hand. Like, no, you still have another hand, but you need to, again, start emphasizing to use it, even if it's very little things and even if it's not perfect. So this is the same thing that we talked about, but it's a lot. And then we'll move on into impairment specific and augmented interventions in just a little bit. And with that, we are on page 14 out of 90. Let's go! Can I get motivation? Karma, you can do it. Whatever the heck you have to do, you can do it. You want to know why? Because you're the only person who could do it. And even if you're not the only person, you're the one who has assigned themselves this responsibility. And even if you haven't assigned it, then that means someone has trusted you to assign you to do this duty. So you have to do it. I don't know if that's motivation, but it's the idea that someone has entrusted you, whether it be someone else or yourself, to do the thing that you have to do. So you just got to go ahead and do it. Yeah, because either way, the time's gonna pass, you know? Why slack around, right? Alternatively, do it because I'm outside your home. Exactly. Here's your IP address. What? Hi Caleb, hi. Welcome. Let me give you a shout out. Hold on. I'm not good with motivational speeches, I realize. I don't know. Let's go! My personal motivation is that I just want a nice life. I don't want like a rich, lavish lifestyle, but I want a life where I don't have to worry about treating myself to food more than twice a week. Like if I want to get Chipotle, it's not breaking the bank. You know, very silly things like that. So it's like, okay, work hard. And it's like, okay, I'll work hard. Fine. Someone has to do it. And you've been doing it for this long, so I guess, you know? But yeah, I hope any motivation works. But I wish you the best of luck in doing what you have to do, basically. Yeah, let me politely BRB. I don't know if I should drink coffee. It's 8:30. Maybe I'll drink like a little coffee, like I don't know. Like a 6 ounce. I don't like chug it or something. Yeah? Yeah. And then I'll eat like a little, I don't know, like a banana or something. I gotta get my energy up because again, we're only on page 14 out of 90. And kind of 2 hours in, but I mean technically I spoke for the first hour, so I think we could finish the guide today. I gotta, because I don't think I'm gonna be able to stream tomorrow because I have the exam, and I would game, but you know, it's the idea that I get too scared. Like if I didn't look over something, then I like heck it up, and my grade is gonna reflect that. And boohoo. What's the downside of the coffee? Just because it's already in the afternoon. It's 3:33. And you know, I'm not like really sensitive to caffeine, but I don't want to stay up too late because I also have work in the morning tomorrow at 8, so I'm kind of like, it's okay, I'll take melatonin or something. I think coffee would be tasty, and even if I don't drink it, like the smell of coffee really, like, I don't know, empowers me. But yeah, let's I can do this, okay? Okay. Alright, I'll be right back, cuz. We'll do a little raffle, okay? I'll be back. Oh, this is not my BRB screen. Oh. Never mind. I'm back. Never mind. I'm staring at Rip. I literally tapped over to be like, wow, I wonder what Rips is up to. It looked like she was at the end of the game. Ah, hi FTW. Hi. Oh my goodness.
and everything.
Hold on, I'm trying to hear her. Hold on.
Oh? But yeah.
Oh?
I'll be seeing you soon again. Good night. Goodbye.
Yeah? And Perish? What kind of ending message is that, Rip? Hi, Rip. Hi. Welcome. Rip, I literally was gonna be here to grab him a coffee or a snack or something. But I hope your stream went super well. I'm so... I tabbed over. I was getting distracted. I read... I was reading something and I tabbed over really quick to your stream. And I saw the... how do you call it? The twist, I guess, at the end. With the body switching or something like that. And I'm like, what's happening? But I'm like, I can't watch this. What's happening? But thank you so very much, Lorraine. I hope Soma treated you super well. It looked sad. It looked really sad. So I'm sorry. Please emotionally recover if you need to. But welcome on in. Welcome. Welcome, readers. My name is Tipanya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do gal and it's very nice to meet you. Welcome on in. Hi, Lula. Hi. Monte. Hi. Kunti. Hi. Welcome. Kara. Hi. Welcome. Robo. Hi. Welcome. As promised, I must dead. Why dead? Why dead? No need to be dead. No need to be dead during these trying times. We could talk about it after your exams. Boom. It was sad. I'm sorry. But I hope the game was really fun and satisfying and whatnot. You know, it actually ended up being much quicker than expected. This was like your third Soma stream? Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm very excited though. Soma's ending just a nice tall of existential dread. Oh, but I love that. I love my existential dread. Why do you think I picked Bearcat when I like spun the reincarnation lottery? Bearcats don't exist. Sorry, that's very loud yelling for like probably really late at night. Rebel gets me a sub, and I said I will now dead everywhere. Let's go. I really love dead emotes. Sorry, does that sound weird? Like Teru uses a dead emote as well. And I'm just all about that, you know? Oh my goodness, big dead. Is this new? Like, how new is this, by the way? That I'm just like, oh yeah, and I'm like, oh, huh? You'll go disappear. Hopefully you get a lot done today. I will. I'll do my absolute best. But thank you for softening mine. Thank you for the lurk. And thank you, Everycub and Raider, for joining me. So, like I said, my name is Tipanya. I'm studying today. When is she not studying? I don't know. Oh, no. But that's what I'm doing today. Again. For the 500th time. So you're more than welcome to join and like and whatnot. Today's study stream's a little bit different from the others. How do you call it? The stream's a little bit different from the others because I'm actually studying and regurgitating notes to you cubs because I finished the study guide rather than sitting in silence and doing pomodoro. So this is more like a podcast, I guess. Or like a fun thing to put in the background if you're also like, oh yes, I would love to learn about neuromuscular stuff. And I'll be like, wow, you came to the right channel. Oh my goodness, what a coincidence. But yeah. As always, for both Rip and Raiders, feel free to, hang around. But if you have to go, absolutely no hecking worries. Just make sure to eat something super duper yummy. Make sure to chug a bunch of water. And yeah. Oh. Caleb says because they don't exist. Caleb, I don't want to hear that slander. And Cram, please have a good night. Sweet dreams. Thank you for stopping by as well. Thank you. Thank you also for the inhalation of air. Air. And the posture check. Thank you. You had a blue screen? Oh, Rip, I'm sorry. Oh, that's spooky. You think it's Soma? With a spooky squeeze. But yeah, no, that's very strange. I hope your computer is okay. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Blue Screen. So polite. Oh my goodness. I wish all my technical errors were like more polite. Oh my goodness. You'll treat yourself to a victory pickle now? Let's go! Victory pickle, victory screech! But no worries, no worries. But yeah, I'm so sorry, Raiders, to leave you on this, but let me politely BRB, okay? Because I never stopped talking for 2 hours. 2! Where's the lung capacity on this bearcat? I don't know. I never learned anatomy. No, I'm just kidding, just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. No, but yeah, let me do a really quick break, okay? 5 minutes. I pinky bear promised you. Maybe I can put the timer on. No, I'll be back. Just believe in me that believes in you that believes that I never watched the anime. Bye. Huh? What happened? Anyway, I'm back. I'm sorry I won the raffle again. I will put another raffle just in case. But hello, friends. Hello. Katsu, hi. Welcome. Oh my goodness. It's a little late. No, you're good. Ruth, hi. Welcome as well. Welcome. And thank you for the welcome back. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my goodness, Cups. Okay, I'll put like another raffle. Is that okay? And if I win this one again, I guess, I don't know. I'll play the lotto. But I hope I didn't take that much time, right? I said 5 minutes, but then my roommate came. And I was like, oh, you're already here? Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm not used to the new room, so I'm like, are they behind me? Get up a robo once? Oh, not me? Why don't you believe in me? It was a fair deal. Anyway, rigged. It's okay, cuz you can do your own gambling. Let's go anyways. Let's go. Oh no, Caleb. No. Hold on. Let's go, Luna. Okay, problem fixed. Anyway, thank you so very much for the welcome back to know that. Welcome on in, late raiders, new raiders, non-raiders, cubs. We're back and we're doing some neuromuscular studying. Excuse me, that was like a hiccup burp. Weird. Anyway, yeah, don't gamble with 65k. Gamble, okay, it's a hiccup. Gamble, 99%. So then at least you have something to your name. Or just, you know, gamble 1%. Let's go! Gamer. Anyway, so we're on the topic of neuromuscular because blah blah blah, exam tomorrow, blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. So let's see how much we can get into it. I have my coffee and my Neopets mug. I'm so excited! Sorry. It's really cute. The mug that it's really dumb, and I wish I could show you a picture. But basically, it just says this meeting could have been a Neil mail. So I give one big sip, even though it's very hot. A little hot. Very hot, but it's okay. The warm is, you know, keeping me nice. Normally the warm makes me sleepy, but a warm liquid like that right now, it really doesn't sound too bad. And we have baby peas! Oh! Wait, baby peas, will you stay right there? And if you stay right there, I can show the cups, you? Yeah? No? No? Okay, she's just not having it. Hydrate? I will hydrate with some coffee. Thank you so much. I forgot to put sugar. Anyway, let's get started. So, what we were talking about previously was intervention categories, so ways we can improve motor function or to help get people moving or grooving. And if you recall before break, we were talking about restorative Sorry, I was trying to sound like professional, like, alright class, let's do this, and now I'm just like, blah, blah, blah. So, we are trying to talk about restorative interventions, and with that we are talking about motor learning strategies, as well as doing stuff that will help us activity-based wise and address activity-based impairments. But now we're going to be moving into impairment-specific interventions, and we'll talk about that in great detail, as well as augmented interventions where there's multiple ways, and we'll talk about that a little bit more, okay? Hi, Kala! Hi! Welcome! Hello! Making dinner? Oh my goodness, please have a good dinner. I will do my best to teach you. And in today's lesson class, we will now be talking about impairment-specific interventions. So, for this one, we're going to be identifying and correcting impairments that are going to be essential elements in improving functional performance for our patients. So, this is more specific than the activity one in a sense that the activity was like, I'm having problems sitting and standing. Oh yeah! Well, maybe you're having problems sitting and standing because your quadricep strength. So yeah, let me just read through the rest of this so I don't make myself sound like a fool. So, must accurately identify the impairments that are linked to deficits in functional performance. So, if you're having difficulties with standing, aka an inability to stand from a sitting position or to climb stairs, it may be linked with a weakness of hip and knee extenders. So our quadriceps, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be depending on which muscle of the quad you're talking about, but technically we can kind of all group it as a hip and knee extensor. So what we're going to do for impairment-specific interventions is that we're going to have strengthening programs that are going to address these to help improve the function. This can include very traditional strengthening, like, okay, we're working on quad extension? Yeah, sure. Okay. Hold on. One moment. Sorry about that. I didn't put a raffle. I got so spooked out because how do you say it? There's supposed to be a handyman coming in today. And I'm not saying the place is big by any means or whatever, but I didn't want to miss the door, and I thought I had heard knocking. And I'm like, okay, I didn't hear the door open after the knocking, so I'm like, oh, maybe my roommate didn't hear it. So I was like, I'm swimming. I'm sorry, can you go get that if they come in? And no one's at the door. I guess I must have heard something else, or maybe the neighbor. Ooh, first time hearing the neighbors. But yeah, there you go. There's the BRB song. It's the Everycub opening. I really do enjoy it. So yeah. Rigged? Not rigged. You Cubs won it. Ghost knocks? Honestly, or it could be baby peas. Hold on. Oh, she's so funny! She is so funny! Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. So this is my cat, right? This is baby peas, and she's at the door right now. But because I have like a, how do you call it? Here's the door. It's closed right now in case anyone does come in, and there's like a container, a really long container holding like my sweaters, and like standing very haphazardly on a box, by the way, mind you. Okay, 3D shapes. Anyway, please forgive me. But I can see her, and we're not like having eye-to-eye contact because she was like here. And then she just looks at me like that. She just puts her head down to be like, oh, and she like coos at me, and I'm like, baby, what do you want? But she's trying to open the door. She's so smart. Cubs, I don't know if I sent you a snap. I don't think I did, but because I can't send you snaps, I guess. But normally whatever silly videos I sent to snap to like a ripping friends basically, I saved the video and I'll post it in the Cub Club. And one of the videos she had was she likes to paw under the door. No idea where she picked this up from, but she'll paw underneath it, and she'll paw like this, sorry, and she'll try to get the door open, and that's what she's doing right now. She's very determined. I might set her free, but I don't know about that one too. Anyway, yay, learning. Okay, so let's go back to this. So yeah, if we have a weakness in something, we could just train it very traditionally, like, oh, we're working on knee extension, okay, let's work on knee extension then. So we could do progressive resistance strengthening. So basically like, oh, I'm doing 5 pounds, now 10, now 20, now 50, or any kind of open chain type of exercise, because that's really going to challenge us, you know. So for the open chain, it's the opposite of closed chain, but open chain basically means that the distal segment is not fixated. So, okay, that's a lot of words there, Tippa. What does that mean? So for open chain type exercises, you're gonna have, like, if we're doing lower extremities, we're gonna have our foot off from the floor. So squats are considered closed chain activities, but open chain, think about like the machines that they have at the gym where you could kick out, or like fold in your knees or flex your knees. You know, you flex your knees and then, or you're extending it out and you have like a little weight above your ankles and you're kicking it out like that. Yeah, those would be open chain, because it's not like your, how do you call it? Excuse me, your foot is fixated onto the floor or anything like that. It has a weight on it, but again, not really fixated to that either. At least she hasn't figured out door handles yet. Oh, brother. It's okay, because this place doesn't have like the rectangular door handles. It has the like the knobs, you know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, I'm sure as soon as her chunky self, all the chunkiness in her belly goes into her height and she starts playing around with the knob, I'm sure she'll do great. But for now, I don't think she's gonna get to it anytime soon. Yeah. Strengthening can be effectively coupled with task-specific functional, what do you call it, activities. So, yeah, cool. We could strengthen the quads and put all the weight, but let's see how we can make it functional. How can we apply this to maybe an activity that you do daily? So we could practice sitting and standing from a firm, high surface, and then as the patient's control improves, where they're like, wow, this is so easy, getting up and down so easy, you can gradually lower the surface of the table to make it more standard height. If the patient's having difficulty climbing stairs, they can first practice step-ups. So step-ups is, they basically give the patient a platform which varies from height from like 2, 4, 6, and 8 inches, I believe. And they just practice stepping up on that one step. Step up, step down, step up, step down. But as the patient, you know, as their control improves, it can be increased to a standard height. And blah 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 blah. With the specificity of training, the physiological adaptations of muscles to exercise training is highly specific to the type of training used. So what's going to happen here is that we're going to end up with a transfer effects. So that's going to help improve the function of sit to stand or chair climbing. Chair climbing? Chair. I'm so sorry, my brain is like here. I'm like, what? Chair climbing can be expected to be greater when the muscle performance and the neuromuscular adaptation requires includes balance of. I can't read anymore. I'm sorry. TLDR. Transfer effects are very good, and what happens is that you can help improve the function of combining both elements of muscle performance and neuromuscular adaptations when you start including other elements such as balance, postural control, timing, and coordination. Ma'am, goodness gracious. Rose says at least she hasn't figured out. Wait, yeah, the door handles. Aha! Cat-proof handles! Unless she develops opposable thumbs. I don't know, I'm waiting for natural selection to go there. We're gonna find a cat with opposable thumbs, which, you know, I've been seeing some wacky paws. I did see like a cat that looked like it had a thumb. I don't know if it was officially a thumb. I never got like clarification on that. That cat's paws are humongous. It might as well have had a thumb officially. Well, no, I feel so bad. She's just staring at the door. I'm so sorry, baby. I don't mean to lock you in here, but I just can't have you out right now. Let's sigh. Anyway, so now that we're done talking about impairment-specific interventions, let's talk about augmented interventions. So this is often included with guided movement, and it's going to approximate the desired skills. So as the person who's going to help do the rehabilitation, what's going to happen is that you're going to, this is not necessarily passive movement. There's like varied movement. We'll talk about this on a little bit greater in detail, but the general things are general neuromuscular facilitation, PNF, which is proprioceptive neuromuscular facilitation, which is something we'll definitely talk about, NDT, neurodevelopment treatment, and please do not ask me what bowel, urethra, among other things. Brother, I don't think that's real. I think also it was supposed to be like bowel. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I copy and pasted these notes from the transcript, so sometimes they will have like a typo and I'm just like, huh? What? Anyway. So these movements are guided or facilitated to try to promote some voluntary control to help jumpstart the recovery or promote positive neuroplastic changes by maybe incorporating a more involved body segment. So again, we'll talk about this in greater detail, but it's the idea of like, yeah, you may be passively moving someone into a certain range, I suppose, or helping them like, okay, sit up straight, or okay, make sure to straighten out that quad when we do this certain motion, and help stabilize this, and da-da-da-da-da-da. But none of this should be coming out from your own strength. All this should be voluntary, lightly guided, facilitated movement. Hi Matt, hi, welcome. Noted. Thank you for the posture check as well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, so once a patient develops more adequately voluntary control, these interventions are generally start to be counterproductive and should be faded and discontinued. So as you can imagine, people don't have normally another buddy to constantly do this kind of motion. Once they start getting better control of their body, hence again that voluntary control, again they're just going to go ahead and discontinue this and we can move to something else. Maybe we can move on to more restorative, and again this is not in any particular order whatsoever. It's just the idea of how do you call it, just the way the cookie crumbles. Anyway, so here's some examples of the impairment specific. Again, here's the person doing the step ups. This might be like a 2-inch. Here's maybe the 4, and they're doing these other exercises as well. Neurofacilitation approaches, and again we'll talk about PNF and we'll also talk about NDT in greater detail. So the last type of intervention that we can do is compensatory intervention. So pretty much what happens is that even though it's very important to use all parts of the body, even the one that is involved, there's just going to be alternative ways to start accomplishing tasks, because sometimes you really can't have a full recovery of the whole body as much as you would like to. So sometimes you really do just have to compensate, whether it's temporary or permanent. And a very common compensatory intervention is, you know, when people use assistive devices such as canes, walkers, crutches, etc. Can confirm the way the cookie crumbles is the proper reactor. Thank you. Alright, but see, this one's much shorter. So you can see resumption of function using less body segments, so we can use substitution. So substitution involves changes made to the individual's overall approach to the functional task. So again, let's talk about that right CVA, cerebrovascular accident, or aka stroke. What happens is that if you have a stroke on the right side, it will affect the left side of the body. And so when you have this hemiparesis, like this weakness of the left side, most likely the person, and not on our side but just in general, is going to be taught to do all the dressing tasks with their right upper extremity as opposed to doing both of them. So I don't know if it's appropriate to go into this topic, but there's a whole like debate about like a gender difference about how guys versus girls take off their shirt, or girls will do like an arm cross and they'll take off the shirt like from the bottom and they go up, while guys apparently just use one hand and grab at like the nape of the neck and they like take out their shirt. And I just bring that up as an example because let's say we have a female with a right CVA and something like that, and she's not able to, you know, do the arm crossing because of that weakness on her left side. She will have to maybe resort or compensate by doing like the quote-unquote guy way of taking off a shirt. Anyway, hi, welcome. What do you mean, girls take off? Caleb, what do you mean? What do I mean? What do you mean? Like, let's get out the Emma's paint. So, like, so like this, yeah, and they cross. Don't you just pull by the collar? No, see, exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but they have like their arms crossed like this. Tipanya, the artist bearcat, thank you. Thank you. Hee. My self-esteem is risen. But yeah, yeah, so they do this and then just, yeah. Okay. But yeah, so that's substitution. Isn't that the normal way? Arms crossed or with the nape? Or pulling at the collar? I learned the secret arm cross technique a few years back, changed my life forever across. Thank you. Thank you. I thought it was just a gender difference, to be completely honest. But turns out actually maybe not. But yeah, I don't know. I find it easier, but anyone, I mean, hey, it's whatever. Anyway, adaptation. So the modification of the environment to facilitate the learning of skills of the performance of movement and to optimize motor performance. So pretty much the environment adapts to you, where maybe you can have like a how do people have it? Like the older people have like a shower rail or like a shower curtain. Not curtain, chair, you know, stuff like that. It's the adaptation of how we're going to be able to do this. While substitution, again, is the idea of like, all right, you can't use that one side, well, just use the other. So easy. Can confirm I don't do the arm cross method. Boo. No, I'm just kidding. There's no boos here. I'm just curious. It just sounds like a shoulder joint angle issue with men being broader and all. Yeah, you know, honestly, I had contemplated, and I was just like, oh, I mean, I guess maybe, or maybe it's just the type of shirts. You know how, like if you order from, I don't know, that t-shirt printing company, like I don't know, Yeti, or I don't know what other people use, but you'll see a difference between like male size and female size and how the shirt is fitted. So I'm like, oh, maybe it's also just that. But yeah, another way to compensate, by the way, is assistive devices. So pretty much, again, crutches, your walkers, your canes, etc. This is going to help us accomplish different forms of movement and compensatory treatment. And again, sometimes this might be the only way, and assistive device also being wheelchair as well. Sometimes, even though we don't want to resort to this may be the only realistic approach when improvement is limited and when an individual reaches a long-standing plateau. Patients who present with severe impairments with little to no expectations for recovery. This also may be with someone with a complete spinal cord injury. And yeah, I don't know, on my TikTok recently I've been having like a group of guys who all have like some kind of, I don't think it's complete spinal cord, I think it's incomplete spinal cord injury, but they talk about their lives and the wheelchairs and da-da-da-da-da-da. It's really interesting. If I find them again, I'll link them. Let me take a quick sip though. Okay. So let's talk about neuroplasticity. There's 10 principles of neuroplasticity. It is to use it or lose it, use it and improve it, specificity, repetition matters, intensity matters, time matters, salience matters, age matters, transference, and interference. So let's talk about each of these principles really quick, okay? So use it or lose it is something that we've been saying for goodness knows how long, even though we definitely didn't even like think of it or associate it with neuroplasticity. Maybe it's just a saying you heard maybe when you're like younger, or like maybe someone. But use it or lose it refers to the principle of neuroplasticity, where failure to drive specific brain functions can lead to functional degradation of it, pretty much. Hence the use it or lose it. Kind of like, oh, I tried learning Spanish when I was in high school. It's been a few years. Now the Spanish part of my brain is gone. Use it or lose it. Or you can use it and improve it. So training that drives a specific brain function that can lead to enhancement of that function. Brother, you know how long I've been typing? I've been using the typing, and I've improved so well that I can now type without looking. Whoa, so crazy! So I promise like not all of these examples are gloating. I just feel like it's very fun to put like an applicable example to these, you know? Let's go, neuroplasticity! Alright, so 3, we have the specificity of it. So it could be the nature of the training experience is going to dictate the nature of that plasticity. So it just has to be specific to what you want to train, okay? So with this, what's going to happen is that the nature of the training, like again, if you're learning the Spanish language, then of course you're only going to change, and again, this is not very scientific of me to say, but you're only going to change the Spanish part of your brain if you're learning the language of Spanish. You're not going to be really able to train sitting, the standing, or running if you're doing something completely different that's not specific to that meaning, you know what I mean? Anyway, repetition matters. So you can't just do something once and be like, I'm a naturally born genius. No, repetition matters because practice makes perfect. Then what happens is that you're gonna make that induction of plasticity with that sufficient repetition. The intensity is gonna matter. Not that you have to make everything hard in life, but if something's too easy, it's not sufficient enough for that training intensity. You need that induction of just the right amount of intensity to be like, oh, okay, this is really tough, and I feel like I'm growing from this experience. Okay, how can we make it a little bit more difficult? How can I make it a little bit harder? Challenge myself and keep challenging myself until I reach the goal that I want to, Similar to the examples, I don't mean to keep using sit-to-stands, but like the chair example of, yeah, we can get you onto a high surface and to sit down. Okay, now let's keep lowering it until you get like a normal seat height, because most of the chairs I think are what, 14 or 16 inches off the ground. So you saying like, oh wow, getting off the ground off 20 inches off a 20-inch table is so easy. Yeah, it's easy, but that's not the standard. Let's try to challenge you a little bit. Let's lower the table a little bit, or let's get you a 18-inch chair and then keep working our way down. Time matters. Time matters in a sense of probably don't want to do it at night. No, but yeah, different forms of plasticity occur at different times during training, so just keep that in mind and keep being aware of the situation, etc. It doesn't necessarily have to be a night date thing. Salience matters. So salience is probably a word that you cubs may not be familiar with, which is perfectly fine. Salience is how do you say it? Oh gosh. Something that you're passionate about. And no shame to my cubs out here, but if someone was telling me about, okay, what's like not super offensive, football. If someone was telling me about football and they're like, okay, there you go. I was just like, oh no, there might be some sports clubs and I can't even say anything because I'm a part of a fantasy football team now. So, listen, that's a whole nother story for later, but TLDR, my classmate needed a person, so I'm just like, sure. Somehow I was winning a good chunk of it. Fantasy football. But yeah, let's say I have no interest in watching paint dry and you're trying to train my brain and teach me the skills of this was the perfect way in the angle to watch paint dry. Yeah, it's not salient to me. I don't freaking care about paint drying. I am going to, what do you call it? I am more interested in maybe something like it's streaming or VTubing or something internet. Not to sound like an absolute shut-in, but like that's more of my interest because that's definitely something I grew up with and I feel more passionate about, you know what I mean? But yeah, age matters. So age, what do you call it? Younger folks, like kids and stuff, are much more easy to be like a sponge to kind of take up the knowledge right easier in comparison to an older individual. Hey, Mr. Asher, hi, by the way. I'm so sorry. I don't know why, but I didn't say hi earlier. I'm sorry. But Mr. Asher, hi. Are you the type of friend to say yes to everything? Not necessarily. I'm a person who weighs out the pros and cons of like everything. And yeah, I don't think I would have said yes if it cost money. The Final Fantasy football, the fantasy football aspect didn't require cash monies to put into, even though I know a lot of people do betting and such. I'm just not passionate about it to do that. And my classmate gave me the option, like, yeah, you don't have to bet or anything on it. I'm like, oh, great, perfect, love that for us. So we'll see. Oh my god, yeah! Paint drying techniques, oh my goodness! No. Anyway, second to last principle of neuroplasticity is going to be transference. So, plasticity in response to one training experience can enhance the acquisition of similar behaviors. So, what does that mean? So, the transference of behaviors is just understanding that if you learn one thing, it's kind of like a... It sounds so nerdy, but I apologize. It's kind of like a skill tree. You learn this one skill and oh yeah, it's gonna be great with this other skill and this other skill and this other one. So yeah, you learn to do sitting and standing. Well, cool, now you probably gained very adequate or sufficient what do you call it, quad strength for, again, hip or knee extensor strength, and now you're gonna have a great time with walking longer distances or getting upstairs or any other activity. I hope that makes sense. And the last thing is interference is a principle of neuroplasticity, where plasticity in response to one experience can interfere with the acquisition of other behaviors. So, oh my gosh, there was a really good example they used in class, but it's really escaping me. But basically, just know a bad thing can help or not help. A bad thing can interfere with your learning of it, so you just have to be careful with what you do. I think maybe the example, and I really don't think it's the example, but it's whatever. The example that I'm thinking of is like when you have a stroke patient, it's like, yeah, just keep using your right, never use your left. Here, we're gonna keep a mitten on your left so you don't use the left. Like it's something like that where it's more harm than good, and that's not gonna help your neuroplasticity whatsoever. Alright, so let's talk about some of those augmented approach, by the way. Learning one thing can impair other learning processes? Yeah, if it's bad. Imagine learning one thing your whole entire life and it's like, actually, no, that's not correct. It's like, what? That's not necessarily what the principal is saying. That's just my poor example because I don't remember a solid example right now. Squeams. Hold on. Okay. So let's talk about some augmented intervention. So if you recall, we talked about this when we were talking about augmented interventions as one of the interventions of how to improve motor function. So again, this is going to be hands-on, guided, assisted, or facilitated movement, and these are going to be specific techniques to promote voluntary control. So who would benefit from this kind of stuff? So people who would benefit are people or patients early in intervention and people with very limited voluntary movement. You tell them like, hey, can you like do a little bicep curl? And they can't. Or a better example is like, hey, can you sit up straight for me? And they just, it's like, oh, no, I sit straight, here, let me help you up. And then you do like a finger little tappy thing and they're like, oh, and they're better. It's really crazy because it doesn't have to even happen with people who are, what do you call it? How do you call it? Voluntary movement. It's just that facilitated, guided, hands-on motion. It kind of, it's like automatically wired in your brain. Like when my classmate, we had to practice on each other. It was just one of those things where I'm like, you're not just doing it because I'm pushing you in this direction or I'm guiding you in this direction, right? Like you're not helping me. He's like, no, my brain is just doing it on its own. I'm like, that's crazy. I wouldn't say it's reflexes, but like I don't know. There's just something in your brain that's like, oh yeah. You touch my back of being like, yeah, make sure to sit up straight, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I will. It's crazy. Anyway, so why would we use augmented interventions? And it's pretty much to help bridge the gap between absent or severely disordered movements and active movements. Muscle memory? I feel like when you say muscle memory, I feel like it's something that you practice a lot. And of course, everyone's practiced maybe in the most indirect way, sitting up straight, you know what I mean? So, it's my say to it, you know what I mean? But yeah, two clinically popular augmented neural approaches are going to be PNF, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and NDT, which is the neural development treatment. There are additional augmented intervention options that we could use. So we could use electrical stimulation to be like, foot up please. I promise it's not as torturous as it sounds, but there is electrical stimulation if we put it on certain muscle bellies to help stimulate the muscle and get a contraction that we want. This is very important, or maybe it is important, but you most likely see it with, how do you call it? People who are practicing walking or gait and they're having foot drag. So if you put the electrical stimulation pads on certain areas, you could put it to help them bring their toes up so their toe doesn't drag anymore. So yay. Maganga! Alinsky, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. Is that why they shock my knees when they hurt? No, I mean shocking on the electrical stimulation could be used for different things if it helps. Smile emoji. You can actually use electrical stimulation for pain, and that's probably why they do it. Smile emoji. But if it hurts or anything like that, please tell them to turn the intensity down. Nothing's ever supposed to hurt, even with the contracting of muscles that I was talking about. It's just more of a weird feeling, you know? You don't normally have electricity running through you. Well, not like that. Let me take a quick sip. Hold on. Man, it's already 4:30. I have to chug this coffee. It's just tendinitis. Yeah, that still sucks though, you know? That's okay. Alright, so we kind of just talked about that. Alright. So we'll just reimburse. What is the word? Restate it? Whatever. So too long didn't read. Augmented interventions are good for those in super early recovery and basically also people who lack voluntary movement. They demonstrate insufficient motor recovery and they have difficulties initiating or sustaining movement. This is a contraindication for people who have sufficient active movement. So if we tell them, hey, bring your arm up, and they're able to do it, why are we going to help guide or facilitate that movement, you know? That is at a point that we're babying people, and it's not going to help them or help progress to their goals or what we need to get done. So again, only indicated for lack of voluntary control and such. For whatever reason, she wants us to know the different kind of frameworks, so I'm going to just chug this and hope for the best. I just have a little bit more. Anyway, so you know how earlier we talked about motor control? And we talked about the tie. We talked about the task, environment. Oh, sorry. I, individual. And then E for environment. T-I-E. Tie. So with that, with motor control, there's actually been different types of what? I can't say that word. Theories. There's been different theories and frameworks, okay? There's the reflex theory, the theory, and then there's the systems theory. So what happened? Hierarchy. Okay, anyway. So the systems theory, let's talk about one by one. The systems theory is the theory that we all believe in today, and again, all these theories evolved from somewhere, somehow, and it's just very important to know it. So understanding the systems theory is that we do now understand that the brain and spinal cord are going to work together to meet the demands of the intended movement with both internal factors, such as the individual strength and flexibility, and external factors, such as gravity and the environment, and those are going to be taken into consideration into the planning of movement. We understand that movement is controlled by complex subneural networks within the content of the individual, task, and environment. Again, that tie. And this is going to be something that evolves from the reflex theory. So the reflex theory, we used to believe that we just moved on reflex. This is proposed that movement was only driven by sensory input, causing reflective motor output. So if we put our foot on the ground, yeah, of course it's going to step up. Sure. No, but really this theory sounded fine, but it really doesn't explain or account for spontaneous movement or voluntary movement, or movement that occurs with absence of sensory input or function. So like, why do we move? It's like, oh, it's just reflexes. And it's like, yeah, but you're saying it's all sensory. What if I don't have senses? And we also have the hierarchy theory, and it's a little bit strange, but this one identified movement was a top-down approach. So our brain was going to be the control center of everything, but it doesn't necessarily explain bottom-up stuff, you know what I mean? If the brain's supposed to tell us everything, what happens when I step on a nail on my foot? My brain's not on my foot, so why did my foot just go up? And that kind of overlaps with reflex theory. Blah, blah, blah. We'll talk about that later. Maybe not so much in detail though. Hierarchy. Hierarchy. Thank you. I don't know. I could say the baby bass version of it, but I'm like hierarchy. Yeah, anyway. So with the identification that our brain is the control center, many of these augmented neuromotor approaches that we're familiar with now, such as the PNF and the NDT, again, that facilitating movement or guided movement approaches, these are all approaches that kind of stem from when the hierarchy theory was the motor control leading theory. But now we understand that the CNS, so not just the brain, but the spinal cord as well, CNS being brain and spinal cord, PNS, or the peripheral nervous system, being something completely different. We know the CNS right now is our control center, and there's variations of movements that just simply cannot be explained with the hierarchy theory. There are times when reflexes cause movement and neurological intact results, such as Babinski reflex and whatnot, but I don't really want to go into that detail or show that example right now. But yeah, this was a really good start to understand movement, but it really just doesn't account for all the variations of TIE, the task, individual, and environment, like the system theory does. So these are some notes that I had from the previous class of what reflex theory was. Reflexes were building blocks of behavior. You had reflex chaining. The implications is that it should predict function, but it doesn't again explain spontaneous or voluntary movement. Hierarchy was built on the reflex theory, but it's top down in that the brain controls all the movement, but it really again does not explain reflexes. But it was really good with almost everything else. Motor programming theory was something that incorporated both top and bottom top-down and bottom-up control, but wasn't really specified in the notes previously. Like, again, it just didn't really talk about it too much, so I kind of included it out, but included it here because it was talked about the last course or last semester, so blah 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 blah. It was also really good, but the issue is just it doesn't take account of the nervous system that has to deal with both the musculoskeletal and the environmental variables in achieving motion. So it would have been okay, but it only accounts for one thing rather than, again, that tie. And then we're tying it all in with the systems theory, where there's no limitation whatsoever, and it says that there's a focus on individual systems and interaction with multiple systems, that movement is emergent, and that normal movement has variability, and it encourages a very flexible movement pattern where the other theories just simply did not have that. Anyway, so she wants us to know this, so let me see if I can make sense of this. So NDT and framework for clinical practice. So motor control, systems theory, we talked about that again with our tie. Motor learning is active problem solving and active participation, and the principles of neuroplasticity and task-oriented or task-specific assessments and treatments are all going to be something that are personally meaningful functional activities, which makes sense because, again, we talk about our 10 principles of neuroplasticity, and salience again being one of them. They have to be personally meaningful. I don't want to talk about paint drying. I'm not passionate about paint drying. Tell me about cute girls, anime, streaming, stuff like that. But obviously it has to be put into a more functional practice, blah 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 blah. Anyway, now we're going to get more in depth with the NDT as the augmented intervention. So NDT again is going to be that whole tapping of the body, and for the person that we're tapping to have that voluntary control of their body again. So what does this mean? It's probably better with examples really quick, but what's going to happen is that you can't really move a person if they don't have stability, and stability is always going to come before mobility. Highly emphasized, capitalized, exclamation mark. If you want to execute a more normal control of movement, you need to have efficient and effective postural control. So NDT is going to help do that, and it's going to be indicated for people who have poor gradient muscle activity, muscle imbalance, motor fatigability, spasticity, incorrect initiation of movement, because sometimes people do learn wrong, oh my gosh, and incorrect timing and sequences. So people are not firing their muscles correctly in the right way, and hopefully it talks about it a little bit later. In class we did an example with gait and walking where, hey, if someone doesn't straighten out their leg, what happens is that they might end up buckling, and then if they buckle their knee and they're not able to catch themselves, they're going to end up falling and blah 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 blah. There's really no contraindications of using this. This shouldn't harm anyone. But again, this is a babying technique that should only be indicated for, again, people with these indications. So, again, stability, mobility, and then we can start manipulating as we see fit. It's like the girl boss, gatekeep. But yeah, we definitely want to stabilize the trunk while keeping either the hips, the arms, the head, and the legs mobile. The touch is going to be very light, and I hope there's a picture down below. There is. The hands are going to be open and confident because we want as much contact as we can on the patient to, again, send those signals to be like, okay, here's my hand. You feel my hand? All right, let's do this. The facilitation is going to be slow, but this is going to allow for enough time for muscle activations and for the patients to respond. So if the person is slouching, what you can do is that you can place their hands underneath here, and you can kind of pull them towards you, and it's like, okay, I see that you're hunched over, all right, let's sit you back up, and then you just kind of gently press up, and then they'll be like, oh, okay, I'm sitting up straight now. Or with their neck, if their neck is like this, you could just, again, tap on the back and be like, all right, a little squeeze, bring your head up, and it's like, oh, okay. It's a very baby thing, to be honest. Let's see. Force use, let's see. It's really important to also use this technique in aspects of this term called forced use, which again is just making sure that you're using the involved side as well. So we like to use this term involved and uninvolved. Uninvolved is like the side that's not affected by the injury, while involved is. So like again with the stroke and their left side is involved or cannot move and their right side is fine, we want to be able to use both. And using the NDT strategies, we can have this again forced use of like the limb to be like, okay, we have to still use this one, or you still have to straighten out this one, we can't forget this one, because of again our neuroplasticity of use it or lose it. Okay, she doesn't specify PNF as much because we did have a course in it, but it's still something you could briefly talk about. It's gonna be me in the future, or me right now. But the underlying principles of proprioceptive neuromuscular facilitation is that we're performing actions based on their function. And yeah, we can have people bicep curl a billion times a day, but we have to understand that the activities we do on a normal daily basis are spiral and rotational in nature. They're going to combine specific patterns and diagnose with techniques, and there's extreme emphasis for the trunk to be stable, to be able to use the more mobile extremities such as your legs and your arms. There's different ways you can utilize PNF, and one of the ways you could do is to utilize a resistance to facilitate movement. So this is a little difficult to explain, to be honest. It's a you have to be there moment, so I really do apologize, but it's the idea of knowing that we have a flexion and extension pattern for both the upper and lower extremities. For your trunk, even though we do emphasize about stability, we can understand there is a lift and chop component to it. And excuse me, there is a scapular and pelvic pattern as well that we can also train about, like, okay, bring your pelvis up, anterior elevation, so front and up, or posterior depression, down and down. Stuff like that. Diagonal patterns are very important because this is a patient, I believe they said this is a guy with Parkinson's, and when you have Parkinson's you normally appear like this, where everything is kind of flexed. You see he has a kyphotic spine, and he's kind of hunched over, his head's down, everything's kind of flexed, look at his knees flexed, it's just really bent out of shape, if that is the best way to put it, you know? And so what happens is that, do you want to do a diagonal with a patient like this? And there's parts where you should just avoid it. So I think it explains here. So let me see. You notice that, yeah, this guy has Parkinson's. So you notice there's a stereotypical forward heading, chaotic. No, they meant the right kyphotic posturing, and the cervical and thoracic spine. Would you perform an anterior elevation or an anterior depression portion of the diagonal with this individual? Probably not, because that would encourage postural defects. Chaotic posturing, me right now. But yeah, you see everything is pretty much forward or flexed or up, and we want to avoid that. So yes, you can still do the techniques with him, but just not those particular ones that are going to help encourage bad posture. Again, I think PNF is much easier if you saw it, so it's very like but it gets so detailed, so you see we're skipping this. Alright, we're on page 42 to 90, let's go! Alright, it's all page city from here, I'm pretty sure, picture city from here, so we're doing great. So let's talk about some goal writing. Goal writing? Yeah, it's goal writing. When you make your goals, you want to make them smart. And not smart as in you got a college degree smart. You don't need a college degree. Go live out your dreams and whatever you want to do, as long as you're okay and comfortable with your life. Hi Tazzle! Hey hi! Hi Tipanya, Among Us fan here? Among Us? Hi Tazzle, hi! Welcome! Who's fan? Thank you! I do the handshake, what they call like idol events. Thank you for your support, I appreciate it! Thank you for supporting me, even if I'm not a Galmer anymore and I have to dedicate my life to school, but once I have my career, I hope to get back to the Cup Club community 4 times over and Hi Tassano, hi, let me give you a shout out, one moment. Man, you made it just in time for goal writing. I really do want. I would love to get back. I just dies. It's okay. It's okay. Please don't cry. Don't worry. I already did the crying earlier. Okay. Girl's going through it right now. Brother, let me info dump right now. Okay, let's go back. All right, text here, telling my life story. Thanks for joining. All right, Cubs, it all started back in insert year here. I forgot if I even started with the first number. It was gonna. You Cubs were gonna be like, what? I'm gonna chug my coffee really quick. Hold on. Alright, anyway. The coffee actually tasted much better towards the bottom. Anyway. Smart! So, SMART! S-M-A-R-T! So that's gonna be your mnemonic for making the goal specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. So basically it's who's gonna do it, what will you do, under what conditions, how well, and by when. If you make the goal smart and functional to the client, you give yourself a much more realistic goal that is much more, I guess you can say, objective rather than subjective, you know? And so there's different type of goals we can have. We can have a long-term goal or a short-term goal. And when we talk about long-term versus short-term goals, long-term goal is anything longer than 3 weeks, and I think short-term is 2 to 3 weeks. Because not gonna lie, when you work with someone, no one's gonna magically change in 1 week. So we give it like a 2 to 3 week minimum for at least a short-term goal. So let's kind of work backwards. Let's talk about short-term goals and then we'll talk about long-term goals. So when we make smart and functional short-term goals within the span of 2 to 3 weeks, we're just focusing on the activity and, you know, our INGs. Remember the ICF model we talked about earlier, and the body structure and function. And again, we're talking about the muscle spasms and the joint pain and the swelling and the wound, or maybe there's an amputation, or we're talking about limited range of motion or the pain. We're incorporating all of that, and these are all going to be needs that are going to be addressed, and that they're going to be addressed in increments to achieve a long-term goal. So your long-term goal is going to be dealing with participation. So not the INGs with the activities, but like, oh, I want to go to my friend's quinceañera. Why did I say that? Oh, hold on. Oh, my friend is not 15. I want to go to my friend's bachelorette party. Yeah, that's more age appropriate. Yay! But I can't ambulate. I can't walk without this walker, or I can't walk 50 feet without being really tired. Wow. Yeah, and that's more our participations, more just like of what that person's interested in and what they're able to do, what they're not able to do. So for the short-term goals, let's talk about an example. So in 2 weeks, so we have our time. Do we see that? Time dependent. The patient, who? Will ambulate. Ambulate's the fancy word for walking, using a FWW, a front wheel walker, 50 feet on a leveled surface. So this is very specific. We're not just talking about like uneven or grass. A leveled surface with supervision assistance, so very specific. And the 50 feet is measurable. To prepare for community access. So this is gonna be something, again, that is attainable and realistic, okay? Are these goals more physical therapy related or all goals in general? More PT related, but all goals, especially in healthcare, should be around this. And really, to be honest, I think all goals should be like this. I think all goals should be smart. How do you call it? We could talk about a very general thing of like, I want to graduate school. All right, I was about to say my first and last name for whatever reason. Tipanya, would like to graduate from graduate school within the next 2 years. Well, I don't feel like that's a great goal. I mean, it's a wonderful goal, but I don't think it's like the smart goal. But you can apply this to daily life. I am sure. I feel like okay. Tipanya, will pass my midterm by dedicating the next 2 hours of my time focusing by going through the study sheet, because that's just like right before dinner time, so it's attainable and realistic, and it's measurable and time-based because I gave time. I don't know, something really silly like that. But yeah. So yeah, as you see, these hit everything. It gives you a time, it gives you who, it gives you whatever. And see, again, the activity is going to be that walking or that ambulating. Do you solemnly swear? Oh, brother, you drew me back at my work. Oh, anyway. No. Yes, I do, Your Honor. I don't know if it'll be 2 hours. I hope I can finish it. I gave myself a lot of leeway, but I think if I speedrun it, I can probably finish it in way less than that. Anyway, long-term goals. So we got this one, right? And I think this one is the long-term variation. So guess what? So our long-term goal is now going to be more in relationship to our participation. So in 4 weeks, so long-term because it's more than 3, the patient will be able to ambulate with a modified independence. So this is not supervision. Modified is a different type of supervision, which makes them a little bit more independent, with a front-wheeled walker for 150 feet rather than the 50 feet that we saw here on various surfaces. So not just that leveled surface we saw, to include a ramp and a 6-inch step to access the bus for community transportation. So that is them, again, involving their participation to be able to get on the bus, to be able to navigate throughout their community. Excuse me. So that is a super duper smart goal. Now we can talk about balance. Hold on one moment. I shall study somewhat. I'll try hard by dinner. Does this actually help me? Let's go. It might help you. You just gotta put the time to it. I don't know about you, Cubs, but I fear for the future. So I try to do my best now so future me doesn't panic, even if it's a relatively short-term thing. Like, yeah, I could have studied this and crammed this all tomorrow. I would have hated myself. But like, it's the idea of like, oh yeah, the future scares me. But you know, it's really funny. My friend, I love her so much, Ryan. She sent me a TikTok. Hold on. I just wanted to show you the TikToks. Why are my landlords messaging me? What are they talking about? I don't want to read the message right now. Anyway, I think there was a weird misunderstanding. All right. Anyway, not the point. Point is, there's a funny TikTok that she sent me, and she, gosh, no, I want to read it because there's this one post that I thought was just absolutely hilarious. And I'm like, wow, that's just so you. But let's see, let me see if I can pull it up really quick. It was like her last one she sent me, so. They hate me for my girlish whimsy and for my pathological degree of avoidant behavior. Let's see. Guys, the consequences of inaction are not enough for me to motivate me. My toxic trait is simply not doing things if I don't want to do them. I am suffering academically. Yeah, and it just keeps going. Anyway. This is a problem for future me, not present me. Oh no, they're the same. They're the same. Anyway, let's talk about balance. Yay! Like how? No, we'll just talk about balance. So let's talk about steady state posture, anticipatory posture control, and reactive posture control. This is all a lot to say. Very simple things. So steady state posture, like ready, steady, go, like the Full Metal Alchemist song. Steady state posture control is just keeping the location of your body center of mass within the your base of support. So basically, can you stand still? Great. Love that for you. Anticipatory postural control is, you know, something's approaching you and you're going to be able to adapt to that behavior of like, oh shoot, I feel this incoming, like I feel like this guy, we're walking the same front, like eye contacting, he's walking on my side, I'm definitely on my right side, I'm definitely on the right, why is he walking on his left, we're gonna hit each other, oh boy, he's not moving, oh, he's gonna hit my shoulder, I'm gonna But it's the anticipatory postural control to know like, oh yeah, this has happened to me a few times. I understand the kind of motion that I have to mentally prepare for if I hit this guy, you know what I mean? Or this guy hits me. So let me just... And okay, I didn't lose my balance. Yay! It's anticipatory because you know it's coming. But reactive, you don't know it's coming. You need the appropriate ability to respond to sensory input that signals that ability to respond to sensory input that signals the needs for a response to ensure successful maintenance of postural control. Yeah, so basically maybe someone shoves you from behind and you definitely don't see it. Your reactive control might be like, oh shoot, someone pushed me, and you might take a stepping strategy to be like, oh, I'm glad it didn't fall on my face. Anyway. There's different activities that are going to request for different types of balances that don't have to be as extreme as I said it. Like again, sitting, steady state. Can you sit still? Great. Anticipatory. All right, cool. So someone is kind of like tapping you from the side. Okay, great. Like they're like, you know, like a little shove and nudge, and you're not like, oh, dead. And then reactive. Yeah, it has to be a little bit more spontaneous. It's a little bit hard to train that, and it's very dangerous to train people like that, but it's appropriate to have the right equipment, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. Yeah, these are all things, the same thing. Alright, so let's talk about ways that we can improve steady state. If I tell you to sit down, and you're not able to sit still, it's kind of like, oh gosh, how do we train that? So there's different ways that we could train it. We could train it using a postural movement strategy, sensory processing, verticality, and training the balance confidence. So let me zoom out just a little bit more because I feel like I'm really blocking it. So postural movement strategies, we pretty much just have to practice with body alignment. We have to provide maybe a visual cue or verbal cue or a manual cue. So visual could be maybe putting like a mirror in front of the person, being like, hey, you're slouching, or oh, you're moving a little bit. And the mirror, that visual feedback is going to help them be like, oh, I am. I didn't even realize, you know? Oh! Welcome. Hello, you said hi on your coffee. I'm glad to move. Hello, I did. You should have. Hold on. I could put images here. Hold on. It went so well. I explained my story through art. I just have to find the art again. Yeah, I explained it through art. Wow, aren't these doodles like the absolute coolest? But yeah, everything went great. You see? Everything went hunky-dory. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, and I get to thank you in ways as well. So thank you so very much for the support on coffee. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for your continued support at the Sugar Bear for 8 whole hecky months. An easily dividable number, I do say so myself. Thank you 8 times over for the continued support at the Sugar Bear. I appreciate it very, very much as well. So thank you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm all settled. I'm just living in a room filled with boxes. Yeah. But thank you. Now you have to cram for my midterm, so don't mind me, guys. The mental and physical games still torment me to this very day. I will never find freedom until I graduate, and then I will find a new challenge to suffer and complain about. Let's sigh. Just kidding. Anyway, the balancing. So the steady state, right? So yeah, using the mirror will be really good visual cues. You can also use verbal cues of like, oh, come on, sit up straight. And manual, so you can kind of do that NDT stuff that we were talking about earlier about putting physical contact on the individual with permission, of course, to be like, here, go straighten up. Da-da. Good luck studying too. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure tomorrow will be okay. But what if it's not? Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for supporting our club leader. Teehee. Rebel, thank you as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry, thank you to Everycub. Thank you for Everycub for at least acknowledging. Even if you glanced over and you're like, damn, that sucks for Tippa. I hope she's okay. She's gonna be okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thankfully, everything was okay. And then, Rebel, I think I did post, right? Yeah, I did. On the Cup Club about the cat tree. Baby Peace is the happiest. She's so happy. She doesn't bite my fingers anymore for wet food. That's progress. That's character development. I think she was bored in the other place. So she's very active and engaged here, so it's very fun. So thank you. Oh, super, I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, starts naming every cup. Thank you. You know, it was really funny because I think I got another donation, which again I'm very grateful. Thank you so much. I think like a day or two ago from Suckon, like you know, like the Suckon, like you know, like these nuts joke, you know. And I'm like, who is this? The other day, piece on the mouse pad brushes. Suckon. Yeah, no, but they went straight to the suck. They were like SUC -CON. Yeah, no, she's straight up chilling. Here, I sent another picture. Let me show you guys how she is right now. Hold on. Sorry. Sakon. No. I mean, yeah, Sakon. Yeah, but no. It's spelled S-U-C. Like, again, they went straight for it. Not even like subtle, saw, like, oh, what's Sakon? I don't know if I took a good picture. I'm sorry. I got distracted. No. It's okay. Let me see. Let me put this in pets really quick. So my room's also really weird. My room has 2 doors. So that's a little strange. So please ignore that random door. Anyway. Yeah, she's cozy. She's loving life. I want to squeeze her. She's definitely sleepy, and I definitely need to get through this. Anyway, yeah. So sensory. So your senses. Ooh, or wow, the senses. Oh my goodness, I'm so digestive today. Anyway, sorry, excuse the burp. Yeah. So you can change the sensory processing with maybe eyes closed, or have them in a dark environment, or maybe wearing like sunglasses indoors, and kind of affecting that may influence their vision, but what happens is that you can help train them or challenge them a little bit more in a more controlled environment by doing stuff like that, and then it could be applicable to real life because, hey, maybe they're walking out at night, or I guess in this case they're sitting or standing at night, and they're just standing there menacingly, but they're not so menacingly because they're wobbling all over the place because their steady balance is bad. But if you get to train it and do all that other stuff, maybe they can look even more intimidating. So interventions can change the somatosensory availability. So what that means, the somato with reference to body, soma, somatosensory, so body senses, you can actually change the surface for the sensory processing, so you can have them maybe on a foam pad and whatnot, and yeah, that can also change it, because obviously standing on a stable surface versus a foam pad is 2 completely different things. So that's how you can affect it. And also you can affect the vestibular by changing their head. You know how some people what is it, vertigo or something like that, and that deals with their vestibular system. That's another way to change the senses. Start having them sit, and you're having them doing these head turns, and it's like, okay, is that making you dizzy? Okay, well, We'll work on that. Alright, verticality. Basically, it's really weird. It's the idea that even though they're sitting and they know they are sitting where they are, they feel like their body is placed somewhere else. Whether that's slightly left, right, up, down. Their body is not where it is. And it's just a very weird difficulty of orientating themselves. And we can do some interventions such as visual cues. We can line them against the hemiparetic side. And we could just basically make sure that they have a continued reinforcement of safety in the upright balanced position, and then just challenge them. Balance confidence for people with steady static, or again sitting still or standing still. That's just a little bit more wacky. Yeah, so the balance confidence on this one is that patients do not have the confidence to sit or stand up unsupported or unassisted, but pretty much if you slowly wean them off from that and challenge their balance and make them feel a little bit more confident, you can increase their balance confidence. Very, very straightforward, thankfully. So we can help them systematically, in most likely increments, reduce the support from upper extremities and the lower extremity base of support, and basically coach them. Be like, I believe in you, but you know, more rehabilitation wise. Anyway, so you're gonna see like an overlap, so this is gonna kind of be zooming through in a little bit. So for anticipatory postural control, remember we talked about anticipatory being like the whole like, I'm expecting this to happen. This is what people call as a feed forward postural control. Like, you ever heard feedback? Now this is feed forward. And it's the idea of like, okay, I know this is going to happen, so how do I prepare for this? So for postural movement strategies, it's going to be very similar to the static state, but what happens is that now we're involving movement into this. Yeah, they can now walk. Great. Love that for you. But what happens is that as soon as they add the movement, like, okay, I could stand up and sit down straight, still, whatever, don't care. But as soon as they start walking, they're like, whoa! So that's something we definitely have to improve, and it's just kind of addressing those functional trainings. And so like working on their gait and being like, okay, what are we like messing up here, and what part of the gait cycle, and how can we address this to make you better at walking and not have that movement break down because of that loss of balance. Hold on one moment. Goodness gracious. Anyway, sensory balance, this is basically the same thing about eyes open, eyes closed, and turning the heads. Balance confidence, it's the same idea again of how we could try to increase it. They actually said that you could perform functional tasks and, you know, start doing the same thing as we mentioned before about limiting the upper extremity, lower extremity, or do the coaching. But you can actually help them with more voluntary movement and help them or suggest Tai Chi and other balance exercises, because you know I feel like Tai Chi is so like you know, kind of moving with the wind and the flow, but you know you're adding that motion, but it's such like slow and controlled motion that's actually something that they recommend with people who have this kind of deficit. So very interesting. A new thing that wasn't the new thing that wasn't talked about with the steady state balance is executive function and multitaskability. So this is going to be really interesting, because now it's like, okay, you're getting a little bit better at that you know, walking. All right, but can you talk? You can walk the walk, but can you talk the talk? And so you'll have them start multitasking. So maybe you'll have them hold a conversation, and you realize with some of these people, they can't walk and talk at the same time. It's kind of like that walking and like chewing bubblegum sort of situation. They're not able to multitask. You'll see people's movement decrease, and this is really funny. I've seen this on multiple occasions. It's like, okay, count up from multiples of 3, and people are like, okay, 3, 6, and you see like their movement get like really wonky. It gets really bad when people are like, yeah, do the ABCs backwards, and it's like Z, Y, X, what? I don't know. I don't know what comes before X. Do not ask me to say the alphabet in reverse, because that's not a talent that I thought was useful or would have practiced in my spare time. Anyway. So yeah, that's multitasking. And for reactive control, to improve that, again, we could do our postural movement strategies. But this one, again, because it's reactive and they can't expect these perturbations or like pushes or shoves, you need to have effective guarding. So you need to make sure they are well protected. Maybe they have a harness. I don't think I have the picture here, but yeah, you just need to get them on a harness to make sure they're safe, or practice in the corner or next to a wall, so they have like something to support themselves, because you are purposely trying to destabilize their base of support and they will fall. Especially if you're practicing on this and you don't want them to fall because your license is on the line, and then you get sued, and then all the years of schooling meant nothing. Oh, hold on. Alright, and so sensory processing, same thing. Eyes closed, eyes open, change the environment, blah 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 blah. Alright, let's talk about gait. I don't really want to talk about gait right now, but we have to. We're almost there. I know it looks like a lot, but we are we're at 51 out of 90. I think we can do it. Alright, so gait is something I feel like I need to look at on my own time. I won't go over this, even though it's kind of like, Tippa, why won't you do it? I feel like I've had a lot of sessions of just explaining what gait is, but let's talk more about the deficits, because I feel like that might be a little bit more not something that goes over the head as much, you know what I mean? So let's go over typical and atypical gait from biomechanics, neuromuscular 1 and neuromuscular 2. So with that, let me see. Alright, so we have different types of gait disorder, and I can zoom in a little bit for this one. Here you go. So we have spastic or paraplegic gait, which is gait characteristics, and gait again is just a really fancy word for walking. So you're gonna notice that they're very stiff-legged or they're scissoring. They describe it as a wooden soldier, but think about what is the best way? Scissoring is like one foot in front of the other. So I guess maybe like a wooden soldier, I suppose, if you know like the old fancy cartoons or like older toys. Usually associated findings could be hyperreflexia, extensor plantar response, so basically yeah, no, they're just more on their toes, you know? Catwalk, yeah, basically catwalk. Strut your stuff. Basically like the newest episode of Jujutsu Kaisen of how like the girl was walking. Yeah, that was like a spastic gait. The girl with the braid in front, yeah, if we could get a gif of that really quick. If I knew her name, I would probably find it way faster, but right now, nah. Anyway, we could have this cerebellar ataxia. So ataxia means like improper gait. Cerebellar is referring to the portion of the brain, this cerebellum. And what's gonna happen is that these people who have this like uncoordination or discoordination or lack of coordination, sorry, their gait, they end up with a much more wider base when they walk. So imagine how you normally walk, now increase that, like spread your legs a little bit when you walk. They have like this wide gait because they have to support themselves. They might have reeling, and I don't recall what reeling is on the top of my head. I can look that up. But they have careening, so they walk like a drunk sailor. So they're kind of like stumbling upon themselves. I wish I could like show you, cause I wish I had full body tracking and be like, watch me go! Sorry, I messed up. But yeah, that's how they walk. It's very uncoordinated. They usually have, what do you call it, issues with heel to shin. So I assume most of us are sitting right now, right? Cool, great. Love that for us. One exercise that we do is called heel to shin, and it's not even an exercise, it's more of a test of coordination. So can you bring the heel of one foot to the shin of the leg? And what does this mean? I'm asking you to almost cross your legs, but instead of bringing your heel to your thigh, I want you to bring it to below the knee or the shin area. And from the ankle all the way up to your knee, can you bring your heel to your shin and bring it up? some people have a coordination issue with that, and that normally is an indication of something related to cerebellar. Yeah, getting cerebellar messed up or getting like hit in the back of the head, not the nicest thing, honestly. Alright, sensory ataxia. Basically, they also have a wide base and they have steppage. So they, gosh, these are so much better with examples. I'm so sorry. What did I write? What did I write for this? Let me see. Did I? No. Steppage is like a stepping through pattern. It just isn't normal. Associated findings would be positive Romberg. So I believe the Romberg testing is when you ask to put the 2 feet together, they're not able to do that. An impaired joint position sense. So basically when you do this test called, oh god, what is it called? Something proprioception, basically. You ask them to close your eyes and you move their joint, whether it's their ankle, their elbow, some joint in space, quotation marks, and you ask like, hey, is this up or down? And they say up when it's really down, then there might be some impairment with their sensory or proprioception, and that's something that needs to definitely be checked on. Hemiparetic, hemi being half, paretic meaning paralyzed. The involved leg is spastic. There's circumduction, so they're kind of kicking their leg out, and it's often with drop foot or foot drop, or however you want to say it. Obviously, if they're paralyzed, there would be weakness, a hyperreflexia, hence the spasticity, and an extensor plantar response. Hopefully I get a chance to show you cups, because again, it's much easier a video or a GIF or something, but right now, bleh. Parkinson's, we talked about this a little bit in length, a little bit here, and then I'm sure in passing. But Parkinson's, remember, that's like that slow shuffling gait. So they're gonna take very small steps. They're gonna end up in that like flexed posture. They're gonna do a lot of shuffling. They're usually associated with tremors, rigidity, bradykinesia, so slow movement, and postural instability. Excuse me, the metabolism, the functioning metabolism is going against me. Anyway, hi Zach, hi, welcome. Circumduction sounds like something naughty you would do to someone who isn't circumcised. Forgive me for spoiling the good Christian chat. It's okay. So, circumduction is, so this is you, right? And you're you're walking. What happened is that the leg kind of circles. You know what? Never mind. We're get the video. We're getting the video. Circumduction. Okay.
Patience with
YouTube. Is it an injury? It's not an injury, rather than a compensation. Here you go. Circumduction gait. I feel like this is so. Her leg right here is circling. I don't know if this is like a good indication of it, because it looks like she's just dragging it. But as you see, it's like a very subtle. Let me see if I can get. I feel like that one's worse. Heck. Yeah, this is a very emphasized. Is it a birth mutation? No. So, my neuromuscular teacher is gonna kick my booty. But it is a type of gait pattern. Oh look, hemiplegic. Anyway, it's just a compensation of a muscle. Oh look, scissoring gait. Oh, I'm excited. Helping Tipanya study. I know, so sad. See, like the toy soldier. Gosh darn it. Yeah, this guy is really good at gaits like this. Sorry, I watched this guy's videos. But he's doing what they call vaulting. But he's not doing like steppage. But as you see, obviously not normal walking. Can confirm. Alright. No, he's not vaulting anything? No, let's see. Here's the vaulting. So you see how he kind of toes up? With the... Yeah, you see? You see with the left? Ta-da! And there's different ways of why this happens. Again, it's all compensation, not birth defects. It's just muscles and blah 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 blah. Hip hiking is something we'll talk about later. But this is different because he's literally putting all his weight on that one leg. And it's basically, that looks like a circumduction, does it not? Yeah, he's kind of like, I don't know. Anyway. Parkour vaulting? No, definitely not. Anyway. Ba-da-da. Alright, and foot drop! Yay! Alright, so foot drop. It could be unilateral or bilateral, by the way. So there's a high steppage pattern to clear the toes from the floor. Because if the foot drops, it just drags, and if it drags, you have a higher chance of falling. So what they do is that they have a higher stepping pattern, like if they were kind of stepping over something, to compensate for that. Double tap with toe strike before heel strike. No idea what that means, but you know, you do you, Graph. Launch, hi, welcome. Bearcat, welcome. Welcome to me poorly explaining my notes. Anyway, sorry. Alright. This goes a little bit more. Okay, let's talk about this really quick. Sorry, I don't know why there's so many typos. I think I had typed this while at work, and I don't have Wi-Fi at my work. So apologies for all the typos. But yeah, let's talk about some of the things that we'll be seeing with gait, okay? So when we have plantar flexor weakness, if we are not able to bring our toes to our nose sort of thing, you might end up with something called toe clawing, which is really, really weird. I'm gonna go over like the basics, and then I'll go over the other stuff like later at a much later time so it doesn't get too late. But yeah, toe clawing is a thing for plantar flexor weakness. Quadricep weakness, very popular. So what happens is that if someone has a weak quad, so they have weak hip extender, weak knee extender, they're gonna end up with a forward lean of the trunk. And actually, hold on. This guy who was really good at gait. Let me see if I Google quadriceps or something. Let's go! He has it, so I can just talk over him. Gosh darn it. And then we'll just put on the... So, gosh darn it! It's fine. I'll keep him like right there, and I'll just do my notes again. Alright, so for quadricep weakness, what happens is that you'll notice a forward lean of the trunk. And what happens is that when you bring the trunk forward, or the torso forward, it's gonna kind of force the knee into extension, which is great because you're compensating for weak quadriceps. So this is really exaggerated. But you see how he has to forward lean and it forces his knee into extension? That's... Yeah. I mean, he's got the right movement. So yeah, that forward lean is going to create that hyperextension of the knee, and so the hyperextension is going to be there for mid stance. So right there, mid stance is kind of when we shift our torso over the leg, moving forward or moving more anteriorly. And again, this hyperextension of the knee is going to occur because he's having difficulty controlling the knee. That knee is also going to remain extended during the loading response. response. So this is more apparent here. So when we talk about loading response and gait, what's gonna happen is that he's putting his whole entire weight into an extended leg, which is not good for the knee integrity. Yes, because of, how do you say it? Because you want the knee slightly flexed to for it to be more in a better weight bearing position. Think about like your meniscus and your knee and whatnot. Not really bearing much weight if your knee is extended. So, wah, wah. Hi Michelle, hi, welcome! Where did you get this video of me walking? Oh brother. Marshall, I got news for you. Gotta get stronger quadriceps. There's a guy like that in my hometown. He's unfortunately homeless. No, I send my condolence honestly about this situation. It is like a really wacky gait pattern to have, but as you see, it's really just because of the weak quadriceps. And of course this could be various things. It's not like, get good, get your gains, get your quadriceps going. There can obviously be various things of why this happens, but this is just a very common thing that tends to happen. Toe drag is also apparent. Let's see, does he drag his toes? I don't think so actually. Maybe in another gait pattern he does. Excuse me. Hi Julian, hi, welcome. Hey, my brain autocorrected every cup to every pony. You know, honestly, sometimes when I type good morning in good morning every cub in the Discord, sometimes it'll autocorrect to the most silliest things, and part of me is like, I'll just keep it. I'm like, no, that's improper. I'll just fix it. It's fine. It's fine. Hello, Julian. I hope you're well. Welcome. Thank you for the congrats on the move. I appreciate it. I'm so happy here. It's so cozy, and the weather cooled down too. So I'm just like, let's go. It's so cozy. We love fall weather. Get good or go home. Where is he gonna go home to? He can't walk like this. I mean, he can, but. Emerson, no, hi, welcome. But what? But what? Oh my goodness. But yeah, wait. Yeah, so talking about that hyperextension, you see that man kicking? You see that knee in slow motion? So with the hyperextension, by the way, just to emphasize again, it's gonna traumatize the internal structures of the knees. So again, all that meniscus and the ligaments and all that, they're gonna get really tired of his bullheckery, you know. Let's see if we can look for hip flexor weakness, okay? And we'll talk about that in a little bit. Chicken butt. I got you. Hold on. Da-dun. Alright, let's go ahead and look for hip flexor weakness. Yes. Alright, weak hip flexors, let's go. Do I have this video on loop? Alright. So with this, they may have a posterior. Oh, see, this is the guy with the toe drag. His toe's definitely dragging. Look at that man. Literally, I could feel the gravel. Taste it. It's like. So, as you can imagine, his trunk has to lean backwards to help kick out that leg, because with this situation again, he's ending up with what they call hip flexor weakness, and to mimic hip flexion, he's kicking his leg out to again mimic that motion. But other than that, you will see again his trunk leaning back. You could see definitely a shorter step. You could see that his foot is definitely pointed out. Oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire. And then what do you call it? We're also going to see some circumduction, as we were seeing earlier. I wouldn't really classify that as circumduction. That's just a little bit weird. I'm not seeing it right now, but the notes say circumduction, so that again that foot rotating, and contralateral vaultings. I don't see it right now, but I'm gonna believe in the notes, okay? We also have weakness in hip extensors and hip abductors, so let's see. Oh, let's go! Oh, this is perfect. Contralateral vaulting? Yeah. Let me show you Cubs this one really quick, and if we get to vaulting really quick. So Tredellinsberg gate. Oh my goodness, I'm just stuttering through all my words today. It's weakness in the gluteus medius, correct? And the TFL. And so what's gonna happen is that there's gonna be, you see how he's kind of leaning on to one side when he walks? He's leaning over to the side that is weak. Yeah, like, he's going for it. He's like, oh. But this is really scary for a gate because this is really unstable. Imagine you just kind of a little too much, you know what I mean? And so that's just something to be careful about when someone presents with Tredellinsberg's gate. The gluteus medius is overlooked. It really is. People don't even know there's more than just a maximus. But look at that! Isn't that crazy? This is what they also classify as like frontal instability. So, what? Alright, let's move on to hip extensors. Let's see. Here's scissoring gait, by the way. Let me see if it's much easier to see in the front. Scissoring gait. Alright. This is not vaulting. Sorry, this is steppage gait, by the way. The thing I keep telling you, Cubs, like, oh yeah, steppage. You see how like it looks like he's just stepping over something where he doesn't have to? That is literally steppage gait. All right, can I get some vaulting really quick to show? There you go. And there's your vaulting about again. He's just on the tippy toes. And what they mean by contralateral vaulting is that, let's say his left gluteus medius is weak, so he's gonna lean to the left side because that's how he's gonna compensate. But he's gonna vault the contralateral or the opposite side. But yeah. Not normal gait patterns, unfortunately. All right, hip extensor weakness. Hip. Is it not just Tredellinsberg? Oh, here it is. Oh, he's just going for it. I'm not... Okay, thank you. I'm like, I don't think I've seen that gait. But yeah, so for hip extensor weakness, he has to compensate by doing this wackiness of like the leaning backwards so he can bring the center of mass behind his hips. So you see, if we had to start doing some biomechanics here in the Cub Club, you can see that he's shifting his body center of mass back towards him while he's extending. So he's just, well. If he falls forward or he leans forward, he's gonna just fall, and that's probably what he's doing, or what he was doing at the beginning. That's me after leg day, brother. This is indication that your gluteus maximus is weak, and maybe your hamstrings and your yeah. But yeah, as you see, he's walking much slower here. That's also another thing. If you have what do you call it, hip extensor weakness, you'll end up with a reduced gait velocity. But yeah, does he lean forward? Is that what he does? I have to see it one more time before I get it out. Yeah, if he doesn't compensate by leaning back, he'll just fall forward. So, Thank you, video. You're very helpful. I liked it. Alright, so let's talk about other issues that we would find. So that's really good about reviewing this, and this is something you definitely have to look over later. But reduced gait speed, by the way, can be it can be present in people with various disorders or conditions, such as stroke or older individuals. They tend to have weak plantar flexors or weak hip flexors, and what happens is that this is just going to correlate with a slower gait speed, and that the relationship between the gait speed and the lower extremity power has been shown in older adults and post-stroke again to have that kind of correlation. With Parkinson's, we talked about that slow shuffling gait. There's going to be no correlation between the ankle power and gait power because people with PD, it's not that they're weak, it's just they don't have the coordination, I guess is maybe a better way to say it. But there's a significant reduction in ankle plantar flexors and hip flexors and having that power generation. But again, no correlation with ankle power and the gait speed. And people with MS or multiple sclerosis, leg power asymmetry is one of the multiple factors contributing to slower walking, shorter steps, a wider base of support again to keep themselves busy, a prolonged double support period, patterns of gait, etc. What do you call it? There's going to be a significant relationship between the walking velocity and stages of disabilities because MS can be a disorder that gets progressively worse depending on what stage that you get. So, yeah. I always wonder how they film stuff like this. Takes tripod behind 7-Eleven. It looked like it, right? I don't know. There's this guy I like watching, Ryan Trahan. He's the guy who did the, the penny series about like, I'm gonna make it across the country with a penny, or I'm gonna make it across from Europe to America with a penny. And they're very fun, interesting series. I'm more than happy to link you cubs to it. But some of his earlier videos, he'll get like these very dynamic shots, and then you'll just see him run back for his tripod. Like he'll take a video of him driving off with the car, but you'll see him park the car and then like run back to grab his camera because he's like, oh, yeah, gotta get that. But yeah. So yeah, there's different wacky ways of how your gait can be affected because of some neurological condition or maybe some weakness in A, B, or C muscle. We could briefly talk about this, but I don't really know how more in depth I can go with this. We could talk about locomotion training strategies. So this is different from gait because gait is just specifically walking. Locomotion is just movement, and pretty much what we could do is that we can help facilitate movement or help with movement strategies through assisted walking. Like I have a little gait bell and it's like, okay, let's walk around the lap, Miss Jane Doe. And we could do some gait training using some neural facilitation. We can do some high intensity gait training. We can do activity based locomotion training. We could do resisted walking, so maybe you could put some ankle weights, and we could do some circuit training. We could do a little bit of anything just to kind of help us get moving and grooving. Complementary exercises to moving and grooving, of course, is strengthening exercises because you're not going to be moving too much if you're, well, sit to stand training, standing balance activities, and pre-gait activities. But yeah, you can use different assisted devices for locomotion training, and it just really varies. Here you go, we have our orthotic advice right here, but you could use shopping carts. Sorry, my mouse wasn't showing. Shopping carts, canes, walkers, etc. Alright, we're on 61 out of 90. Let's do this. Alright. There's some things I'm missing here, unfortunately, but let's talk about this, okay? So now we're going to move on to the dosing principles for the neurologically involved individual. So how do we do this? So for aerobic capacity, so let's get physical, let's do a little bit of walking, running, getting that heart rate up, etc. How do we examine like the amount for a neurological population, someone who's not, the norm? So we definitely still have to check our normal vitals such as heart rate, respiratory rate, blood pressure, etc. And we can kind of assess them to see if they're getting better, worse, or just establish a baseline by doing very simple tests. We have a 2-minute walk test, a 6-minute walk test, and a 12-minute walk test, and they all have varying like degrees and results of like, oh, what's good or what's normal for your condition or your age group, etc. We can use the rate of perceived exertion with exercise through Borg or modified Borg. It depends, again, each rating has its own little different thing and what it means. So that's how we can assess that. But let's talk about strengthening doses consideration. So really we talk about very particular common neurological disorders, like again Parkinson's, very popular, or any maybe upper motor neuron diagnosis such as a stroke or TBI being the traumatic brain injury. you have to understand with people with upper motor neuron diagnosis, like stroke or TBI, MMT or manual muscle testing is not valid because they're gonna most likely be in some kind of synergy. So, how do you call it? Gosh darn it. You know in Attack on Titan how they do their salute? And they're like, oh, please forgive me, I'm not a diehard Attack on Titan fan, so if I say this wrong, like, Sasagayo or something like that. But you know how they like have their like hand curled up and their elbow flexed and it's like close to their heart, etc, etc. Yeah, so that's a very common, not a full flexion synergy of the arm, but a common synergy pattern that you'll see with people with stroke or TBI. And you can't really, it depends on what level of spasticity that they're on, or yeah, for that synergy, but you can't perform a normal manual muscle test on that, you know what I mean? And so that is why it's not valid. Thank you, Pass. Thank you. But yeah, that's exactly like you'll see it in other people. If you just look up stroke patients walking or something, I don't know, you'll see that their arm is kind of like cradled like that. But yeah, that's a very common synergistic pattern. You can do a strength assessment of the other limb if it's not affected or in a synergy pattern, so yay. And there's some other things you can kind of trust in the self-report, but to be honest, again, that's a very, very subjective way. If someone's like, yeah, I was lifting 50 pounds before this, and it's like, were you? With Parkinson's, there's different things we can do. Parkinson's, again, they're not going to be in a synergy. Again, it's just their movement's very slow. You can do manual muscle testing. You could do diametry, whatever that means. I'm so sorry. And you could do functional strength assessment. So you could do a task analysis, which is breaking down their motions about like the initiation, the preparation, the termination, and see how well they do with bed mobility. So can they scoot side to side? Can they roll in bed? Can they get out of bed? Can they do a sit to stand? Can they do stair climbing, not chair, gosh darn it. Heel raises, single limb stand, skate, etc. So, different ways to test Parkinson's basically. So let's talk about the principles of strength specific, and this pretty much goes for anyone. So we can conduct the overload principle, and so this is going to be muscles are to be progressively challenged to promote neuromuscular adaptation and gains, yep, you heard it, gains, and strength generation capabilities. Intensity is needed to increase muscle capacity. So this goes back to our 10 principles of neuroplasticity. Where again, intensity does matter. Yeah, you could be lifting 2 pounds all you want all day every day, but if it's easy and it's not challenging you, you're not implementing the overload principle, you're not going to increase that muscle capacity. We need specificity of training. So again, that's going to be our primary principle of neurological rehabilitation, because we want it to be salient. We want it to be something that the patient is going to use, and this is going to be direct training that's going to affect that muscle. Cross training, it can be a challenging range of muscles, so not like, oh, we're going to do bicep, it's going to be bicep, tricep, wrist extenders, wrist flexors. let's train them all. So we're going to challenge a range of muscle performance with varying speeds, contraction types, and endurance. And we also have reversibility. Don't use it or you lose it. That's like a weird way to use it or lose it stuff we've been saying all day, but it's fine. Strength is not sustained unless activity levels uses new gains and are constantly challenged. Basically, make sure you're also using what you're not usually using as well. Keep that into consideration, and just to continuously be challenged, to establish a home exercise program and a community fitness program, so you're, what do you call it, constantly still staying active in some capacity, you know? Any motion is lotion for the body. So let's talk about more stuff for the body. Let's talk about strength specific exercise dosing. So this is gonna vary, and this is just a very pretty chart. We can do various things. So for the intensity, it really depends on what we're doing. For low intensity, it's going to be 50 to 60 of the 1 rep max. I'll hopefully talk about that in a little bit. If not, 1 rep max is some weirdly complicated math formula. Sub maximal or moderate intensity would be 60 to 75% of your 1 rep max, and high intensity 75 to 90% of your 1 rep max. Again, all these intensities are going to depend on where you are, because again, if you're a very active individual and somehow you ended up with a stroke, you're most likely going to have a better recovery period, but very early on you might move to low, but you may quickly move into a moderate intensity. I don't think there's really any reason to use a high intensity with a neurological population, but hey, I am just a student who is learning this, so anyway, for the volume is going to be the number of sets and reps within a session. So you want an inverse relationship with intensity. So if you are doing high intensity, you probably want to do low volume. But if you're doing low volume, you definitely want to do some high intensity. Which sounds silly, but yeah. Alright, so for low volume, you want to do more than 15 reps. For moderate, you want to do 10 to 15. And then for high, you want to do 6 to 12. Is it an inverse relationship? I don't know if that is correct. Because you don't want to do more than 15 reps of a high intensity. Huh? We'll check on that later, but that doesn't sound right. But we'll see. For rest though, if you're doing moderate to high volume or intensity, you want at least like 2 minutes of rest in between each set. While for low, you want like about a minute or less. So if we're like, okay, do 2 sets of 10, then you're in that moderate intensity. We're trying to get or volume as well, hopefully both, and you're trying to get that and blah 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 blah. So you would be about like 2 minutes rest. Like, okay, that was really intense. I'm doing like 10 pounds of this, and sorry, maybe 10 pounds is nothing to some of you comes, but 10 pounds to me on my arms is like ah! Especially one in each arm. Ah! Pain, burning. anyway, for frequency, it's a number of sessions per week, and that's going to be influenced by your intensity levels. As you may understand, you may go quote unquote heavy some days, so you definitely probably don't want to be at the gym 5 times a week. You're probably going to be super exhausted. The duration of the training regimen should be a minimum of 6 weeks. And the progression, make sure to change the number of reps and change your condition, your environment. Make sure to add resistance, make sure to make it harder on yourself, and keep challenging yourself, but of course not in a way that you would get hurt, That's okay. Let's see. Well, we could talk about the FIT principle. So the FIT principle used to be frequency, intensity, type, and time, but now they're kind of transitioning over to correct, which is more specific and more like it's just more specific. So let's talk about each one. So for C of the correct, it's going to be combination of intervention or exercises. The O is the order of intervention, because maybe you don't want to start off super heavy at the beginning and burn yourself out. R is for repetitions. R is also for rest period. E is for exercise at home, when and what and how to progress, because especially if you have a home exercise program and you're doing your home exercise programs at the gym or like in a therapy session, that's kind of a waste of your time and money. It's kind of like, damn, I could just do this at home. So it's very important to make sure what you're prescribing and if they're even able to do it at home. C is for the cognitive domain, so basically their self-efficacy, their motivation, the ability, beliefs, limitations, and satisfaction, so everything just within that individual. And the T is going to be total dose and re-evaluation plans. So after a while, again, maybe after the 6 weeks of the program, you're kind of like, okay, where are we now? And let's see how we can follow up, reevaluate, and basically plan a final prognosis of like, hey, are you improving? What's happening? Base home gym recommended. Thank you. I think if you have the resources, I think it's really neat. I did want to set up a little home gym for myself, but now that I moved to the new place, I'm kind of like, I could go outside. I don't really need a home gym anymore. I was kind of just again in my room, so I'm kind of like, anyway. So we're almost at the end. I know it's like, Tippa, we're not at the end. I'm like, no. I promise. This one could go really quick. So upper extremity interventions, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, but you know how we were talking about like the synergies and whatnot? Well, again, use it or lose it. We want to try to emphasize the use of our hands in any way that we can, and so we want to kind of practice weight bearing on them and getting them used to having weight on them, and we could do this in 3 different ways. We could have the hand anterior, the hand in line, or the hands behind the hips, and it's probably much better to show you a picture of this. So what happens is that we can help facilitate again with that NBT and help straighten out the arm, and it's going to help again with that tricep facilitation to help like, okay, I'm tapping here and here. I'm going to help you activate your triceps. Keep that arm extended. Keep it right in front of you and keep that weight on it, okay? Hold. You can keep it in line with the hips. So this is also going to be a tricep facilitation of, again, keeping the elbow straight. And I know this is a little weird to put the patient's hand on the hip. I personally wouldn't do that. Or thigh, not the hip, sorry. But you can give them like a little arch to hold or around to help what they call the arch preservation. Also, this is kind of the idea of like, oh, but if I put my hands like this, my wrists hurt. So that's why maybe having it more in an arch would be a little bit better. Let's see. Huh? Do you have more than a tiny corner of your desk now at least? Okay. TLDR. You know how I was like, man, I'm gonna wait a little bit so I could get a new desk, you know? Blah blah. Well, I was kind of forced to get a new desk. My movers never came, and I had this whole spiel early in the stream, and obviously I don't mind repeating it, so I apologize. But that it goes more in detail. But basically, my movers never came, and my mama bearcat was already on the way with my brother because she had surprised me. She's like, I got you a TV, but I couldn't fit it in my car. What? Your movers never came? What? We'll just move the stuff ourselves. But they ended up not getting a truck. They ended up getting a van. And so I was with 2 trips, which was pretty good. With 2 trips, I was able to get everything in. I was not able to take my desk. So my desk is at my ex roommate. I'll get you your desk if you buy me 2 bags of Doritos, brother. I don't want any involvement or talking with that guy. No, but in all seriousness, my previous roommate could deal with that. There's no way in heck that we can put the desk in there. So it's kind of like whatever. So I ended up getting a new desk, and the new desk is actually much bigger. So I'm very grateful, you know. It is an L-shaped desk, and again, I'll take a little picture once I get everything set up. I have some of my stuff out, like, you know, my weeby stuff, but yeah. Let's go! Yeah, no, I'm super excited. But yeah, I'm living. It's just messy, okay. But at least everything else is unpacked in the house. But this is gonna be probably, I don't know. It's really hard. I just need a free weekend, and I have school back to back. I don't work Friday, so maybe I can make a bigger dent on it Friday, but I'm hoping to maybe stream again, at least with a study stream. Sorry, I'm looking at my calendar right now. Just because oh my goodness, sorry. Next month doesn't look too good either, but I'm hoping by next month or the next weekend I'm free. I can finalize things. There's not many boxes left. It's just 4 or 5. But hopefully everything gets arranged. You're gonna be sleeping, so good luck with everything. And the people who'll be staying awake. Oh yeah, I forget time zones. Heck. But please have a good night and sweet dreams. Thank you so much for stopping by, Lloyd. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for offering to move my desk for 2 burrito bags. Thank you. I love the economy. I'll give you 3 as a tip. Anyway, thank you. Unpacking takes time. I had moving boxes left in my living room for months after I moved. Honestly, I would be that way. It would be that way too. But thankfully, it's not a lot. It was a lot. Like, there's no reason why I have as much things as I do as one bearcat. But to be honest, it turned out a lot of my things ended up being like stuff that my mama bearcat gave me. She's so funny. So sorry, side tangent. So I'm moving into the new place and we're trying to unpack, like, you know, some of the clothes because I'm like, oh brother, you know, I work and I need clothes to go to work, ideally. And so she's like, oh Tippa, I brought you some clothes. I'm like, oh, okay. My fashion sense and my mama's bearcat fashion sense is not, we don't collide or match really, but she's like hanging her stuff, which is my stuff, I guess, now. And she's just like, oh, you have a lot of things in your closet. And I'm like, well, bearcat, you just took up like 1/4 of the closet with the clothes you got me, which, don't get me wrong, I'm very grateful for, but this is not my stuff. This is not my stuff. Anyway, I bet Mama Bearcat's fashion would put nah, definitely not. My Mama Bearcat's a very big fan of, I don't know, jean jackets? I don't know, not to shame jean jackets. Maybe I have like a slight indirect hate for, like, they're not bad. I would still wear one, but my Mama Bearcat would force me to wear one like almost every day when I was like in middle school and even early high school. She would be like, it's cold, Tippa. Wear this jean jacket with Mickey Mouse in the background. Or the background. In the back. I got it. I thought it was cute. Thanks, Mama Bearcat. Mickey Mouse's face haunts me. But she was very into, like, you know, cutesy cartoon characters like Snoopy and Mickey and da 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 da. So it's like, oh, it's okay. Like, Mama Bearcat, please. Anyway, no, it's fine. Yeah. So that whole spiel was just to say, yeah, I did get a new desk. Yay. Anyway, hands posterior to hip, hard. You can change the position up. I don't know what the standing or modified plantigrade means still, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Sell jean jacket, Tipper merch? No, please. I don't want to. I don't want to. Anyway. Yeah, so I didn't mean to skip that whole section. I just didn't care for it. Alright, let's do it to it. Alright, I give myself probably 30 minutes. Alright, so lead up skills and positioning. So anytime we're doing that hand motion with the anterior aligned with the trunk or posterior, what's gonna happen is that we should deal with trunk stability, shoulder stability, elbow stability, and wrist stability. Making sure that you have proper alignment of this before we do any of this, and we can help get the alignment through, again, those PNF techniques and the NDT techniques. Some considerations if you have a hypotonic upper extremity. Hypo means below, tonic means tone. So you have below tone, you have not normal tone. This is some things that you want to do. You definitely want to avoid lifting under the axilla or the armpit. Like, you know how you lift up a baby cat and you lift her up by her axilla, or just a baby in general, and it's like upsy daisy. Yeah, you don't want to do that with someone with a hypotonic upper extremity. You don't want to pull on it either. You don't want to reposition the patient by, again, putting your arms or hands underneath their armpit. You don't want them to have a simple sling, which is going to cause internal rotation and aid deduction. So think of, like, I don't know, you know when you rub your belly and you're like, I pat my belly and I get little circles and whatever? Yeah. Your arm is most likely, your shoulder is going to be adducted or very close to your trunk, and internal rotation again is having that palm to your belly. And if you were to do vice versa, if you were to bring it out, like, I don't know, if you're pointing and you're like a traffic director and you're pointing out, that's external rotation. So yeah, a simple sling is going to cause internal and aid deduction. It's just not going to be good. You can also see it right here where it says that, and it's just going to have. And avoid painful range of motion. Passive range of motion or any motion is very good, but if it's to the point that it's causing pain, I just don't do it. What you should do is maybe you should do a give more sling, which is not here, but it does something, I promise. It's better than a simple sling. It keeps the arm in a slightly flexed position in a neutral. I don't think it's either AB or adducted. Keep the range of motion pain-free. Excuse me. You do want to perform shoulder flexion and abduction with proper external rotation, so that's what the give more sling will do. And bilateral movement with the arms. So yeah, it's cool that you can probably use the, upper extremity that isn't hypotonic, but again, it's important to use both limbs because, you lose it or you lose it. Wait, use it or lose it. Hypotonic, again, with the tone, you're probably it's gonna flop. Your arm is definitely gonna just flop, which is why they give you those assistive devices to help keep supported with some type of sling. So alignment's really important. You can use an armrest or a lap tray to just kind of keep it up for some kind of neutral positioning. Atrophy makes me sad, honestly, same. Alright, cuz we're gonna talk about some of my favorite stuff to talk about, like the actual brain. Heck, everything else we talked about for the past 4.5 hours. Let's talk about neuroscience, the way. Wow. So let's talk about cognitive versus perceptual dysfunctions and differences. So your cognition, your sense of self and being and all that jazz, is all frontal lobe business. So here highlighted in this green, specifically the prefrontal cortex, which is pointing right here. This lobe right here is going to be responsible for awareness, judgment, and executive function. So this is going to be your ability to plan or coordinate other cognitive abilities and behaviors. And really, this is just to say, yeah, hey, your frontal lobe is very important in the ability to plan ahead, meet goals, display self-control, etc. While the perception is going to be just how you perceive things, how you visualize, how you process information. This is going to be in the right hemisphere of the brain, and our right hemisphere of the brain is the non-dominant side. Because, yes, I don't know why I'm like, I'm going to explain it. So what happens is that perception is processed in both hemispheres, both left and right, but due to this concept of lateralization, which is the localization of function or activity in one side of the body in preference to the other, most of the perception, again, is going to be on the right. More specifically, it's going to be on the temporal and parietal lobes, so right here in the darker purple. So what kind of attention or deficits can we have? So for cognition, we can have attention deficits, we can have memory impairment, or impair executive function. So we may have trouble with our attention, we have trouble with short-term, long-term, or even immediate memory. Immediate's like, hey, remember the word bird. Hey, what did I tell you? Huh? You told me something? Yeah, it's like that bad. Impaired executive function means that you're not able to have your own volition, you're not really able to plan well, your actions are not really purposeful, and your performance is just not very effective. You don't really think ahead, unfortunately. Imagine having ADHD. I turn away. Anyway, in the areas of deficits for perception, this could be your body scheme or body image. There's some people who have strokes and they have this very common thing, and we'll talk about later, called left side neglect. They don't know the left side of their body exists. They just don't see it. If you stand on their left side, they don't see you until you stand on your right, and it's like, oh, there you are, you scared me. So some people have that unilateral neglect. They also, let me go here really quick because I like this. I made this see. They have agnosia, which is that they're unaware of their neurological defect, which is really scary. Imagine you're okay, but you're actually not. They can have left or right discrimination, so they can't tell the difference between it. Finger agnosia, which is that they're not able to tell between one finger on their hand versus another. They're like, I'm holding up, how many fingers am I holding up? And they're like, what? It's like, okay, what is the finger right here? Is that your left hand or right hand? Oh, I don't know. This finger's on my hand? What? Like, it gets really wonky. Spatial relationship impairments. This is someone who is, what did I write? Able to look at the environment and pay attention to certain details within the environment. Anyway, they can have finger ground or form discrimination where they're not able to tell the difference. Their position in space is really bad, and their depth perception, gone, shot, blah. Agnosia is the inability to interpret sensations. So like the systems are working, like visual, like they can see just fine, but their brain is not processing it correctly. So they may have like visual or object agnosia. They can have auditory agnosia, which we kind of briefly talked about with Winnikers, and they can have tactical agnosia. So kind of like you give them a key in their hand, you tell them to close their eyes, give a key in their hand, and they're like, hey, what are you holding in your hand? And you know, you could feel out, like you could close your eyes and like feel out something, like you could feel out like a pen, a pencil, a point, and with your eyes closed you should be able to identify like, oh, I remember, you know, feeling that at one point, I think this is this, you know. They're not able to do that. Apraxia is the ability to, the loss of ability to execute movement despite having the physical ability to do it. So you have two different apraxias. You have ideomotor apraxia and you have idealization apraxia. So ideomotor is the idea of like you ask someone to do something, they have no idea what you're talking about. Hey, can you drink some water? Drink water? What? So it's the impaired ability to perform skill gesture with limb upon verbal command or initiation. But guess what? You ask them to drink water and they may like turn it over or spill it. But if they're thirsty and they're like, oh yeah, I could drink some water, they'll drink it just fine. They just don't respond to that verbal command of like, hey, drink water. And it's like, what? Ideation? I don't know how to pronounce words, I'm sorry. This is what they call like the Little Mermaid syndrome, and this is the idea of like they lost the ability to conceptualize what tools are used for, so they may use like a fork to comb their hair, and it's like, that's not what the fork is used for. What are you doing, silly? Alright, unilateral neglect is a perceptual deficit that we just talked about. This is how our brain works with the perception. Again, we talked about the idea of lateralization and most of it coming from the right, the non-dominant hemisphere. And we see that our left side is also doing some work and that there's some overlap that both sides can do both left and right, but the right one is working very hard. So imagine we have a right-sided injury here, some kind of lesion. Now it only leaves the left side of the brain to work, but the left side of the brain is only working on the right side and barely even that, and there's very little to the left. So that's why you end up with severe left side neglect. Now if your left side of your brain got affected, it's very minimal right side neglect. You're not going to have these same rays over here on from B to C, but because your right brain is literally carrying your head and your perception, you're gonna be okay for the most part. But if for whatever reason you heart both, you're gonna have some severe right neglect. I don't really know why the right side would still have something, but I guess it's the idea that it's not hurt as bad and both of these are still compensating in some way, in some regard. So yay. Alright, let's talk about different diagnoses. So different diagnoses can affect the cognition and perception in different ways. So when we have a stroke or a CVA, cerebrovascular accident, frontal lobe damage, immediate and short-term memory loss, confusion, dementia, and acute confusional state. It's basically you're just kind of out of it. For perception, you might have right brain damage, or you will, and with that you end up with that left side neglect. Multiple sclerosis, you don't really have as much perceptual defects, but you will have a lot of cognitive. So you'll have short-term memory loss, difficulty multitasking, decreased attention and concentration, diminished executive function, diminished information processing speed, and diminished visual spatial awareness. Yeah, that's all I got. For perceptual for MS, basically, though there isn't really much, you could still check with MoCA or Mini Mental, just because it's multidisciplinary, so you could just check the memory and perception for others to reference to be like, hey, at least you checked it. And Parkinson's, again, perceptual deficits are not really common, but you might have some subtle visual and perceptual difficulties. For cognitive as well, yeah, you'll have a little bit. In much later stages, you'll have attention difficulties, the speed of mental processing, difficulty with problem solving or executive function, memory deficits, and language abnormalities. Brain injury? Brain injury is very unique because you end up with this wacky chart of the Ranchos Los Amigos of cognitive functioning, and it goes from a scale of 1 through 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, and it's basically where someone may be in with their cognitive functioning, where someone could be with no response, where they might be in a coma basically, and when they start waking up, they end up with generalized response, localized response, they might be confused or agitated, confused and inappropriate, automatic inappropriate, and then our final one where they're like pretty much almost back to normal, but not necessarily, because they'll definitely need to make some adjustments in their life. Whoa! Hi, ad block. You scared me. Please. Anyway. Thanks for updating. Anyway, and purposeful, appropriate is pretty much they're almost back to normal. Right. So, how do we treat cognitive defects? So this gets really wacky. So we have attention, memory, and higher executive function. So let's break it down, okay? So for attention, memory, and higher order executives, you have two types of treatments. You have remedial and you also have compensatory. So for remedial, this is going to be something along the lines of, how do you say it? Getting them to be better, getting them to like a normal, while compensatory is like, yeah, we're not going to really address the problem, but yeah, good luck, have fun basically. And it's like, what? Huh? Okay. So for attention, for remedial, you can ask the patient to slowly scan the environment if they're having problems with their attention. This is especially really good again for people who have that left side neglect, where it's like, just slowly scan your environment. It's like, oh, I would have never noticed that because I have left side neglect. Wow, amazing. For their attention, speaking slowly to help process their verbal information will also be very beneficial. Setting times, so speed limits. Oh, that's a gosh, I got this quiz question wrong because I'm like, I don't remember reading speed limits. But yeah, setting time. Because if the task runs on for too long, they're not going to really like pay attention for that long. So keeping everything short, kind of like how we do our pomodoro sessions. Ta-da! And then grade the environment. Just make sure that it has very low distractions and that you're setting the patient up for success. For compensation, just external cues in the environment would be very compensatory. Excuse me. Why is this compensatory? Because you're not having the patient think or do the action for themselves. It's kind of like, oh, look, it's on your right. And it's like, no, you should get the patient, enough time to process and find that item on their own. For memory, you can help organize and make logical associations. You can ask them to follow some steps, or you can kind of do a storytelling to help kind of engage with that memory. And it's like, oh, I can remember a story, I can't remember all this other nonsense. It's like, you could definitely build on past strategies. So maybe the person in the past was like a big list builder. That's something you just kind of want to emphasize because that's probably the most familiar process they're familiar with, even if it's not immediately at that moment. And then compensatory, you can do logging, so like journaling, etc., to help with the memory, alarms, or wall calendars, which again are going to be very helpful for memory, but you're not forcing them to think about it, you know what I mean? But these are still useful. Again, compensatory is not like an immediate like, no, they shouldn't have a alarm for their medication, it's like, oh, well, they should remember that they have it, but the alarm will help. For higher order executive function, structure and feedback and routine is going to be very useful. And really, higher order is only beneficial if the patient knows about their defects, because if they don't know it, they're not going to really stick to the plan. They're going to kind of look at you like a crazy person, Compensatory, use of other cognitive functions or modifying the environment, blah, 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 blah. No. I was like, my music got too quiet. I know it changed a while back, but I'm like, oh no. Alright. For perceptual deficits, let's go over here. So we have our unilateral neglect, we have our agnosia, we have our apraxia. So for the unilateral neglect, remedial, just simple verbal instructions. We can use shapes to stimulate the right side of the brain. We can minimize letters and numbers to avoid stimulating that left brain hemisphere. So like, you know, math. You can encourage the client to turn their head. You can encourage motor activities on the left because, you know, use it or lose it. And you can help with eye patching or prism glasses or VR, virtual reality is becoming very prominent in the healthcare field, or just different kind of accessories to kind of like help them realize that, hey, you need to perceive the environment this way. Compensatory is external cues to the left side. Arranging the environment for success can be compensatory because not everything is going to be catered to them. And a mirror to draw attention to their side is not really the way to go, even though visual cues are helpful. It's labeled compensatory in this way. Give Granny Beat Saber, she'll be fine in no time. Basically, have you heard about the people who in the nursing homes, they've been doing like the Just Dance? It's out there. I mean, it's not VR, but like, you know, technology and gaming can be fun. Anyway, hold on one moment. Alright, agnosia. So again, the inability to recognize information despite having stuff, or having the ability to do it. So photographic drills. Having like a notebook of photos to help, like, okay, tell me where the fence is, tell me where the red ball is, tell me this, tell me that. Them being able to recognize it's really neat. There's a thing called Easy Street Environment, which basically does the same thing. Like, they'll show a picture of the supermarket, so they'll take an outside environment without distractions and make it fairly realistic to the outside world. And it's basically an I Spy of like, hey, identify this, can you find this for me, and have them practice from there. Compensatory is using central modalities. So basically, if you're like, hey, I want you to find the can of peas, and they like go out to field and they're like, yep, this is a can, it's like, oh, that's a little bit compensatory. No, we want you to, we don't want you to have to feel it to recognize it. We want you to see it to, well, see it. Apraxia. Remedial is just one command at a time, making sure you break the task down into components. You could guide them, you could repeat it, you could perform the task in a normal environment, like, yeah, I'm using this comb for my hair and not the fork. Compensatory is strategy training, such as using a picture sequence of do A, B, and C according to the photos, and it's kind of like, huh? It seems nice, and it would be nice if they completely didn't understand it, but you know, they used a comb before in their life. They don't need like a step-by-step instruction of how to do it, but, or at least visually, but if you can explain it to them and they can process it, then it's more beneficial. But yeah, and with that, we're done! Yay! Bachi, 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 bachi. I'm a little bit relieved. I don't know what time I thought I was gonna end, but I'm glad that it was a little bit before 7 because your girl's getting real hungry. Even with the coffee and banana, it's kind of like, eh. And a 1 and a 2 and it's Scooby-Doo. Basically. But yeah, thank you Everycub for joining me for today's stream. I'm so sorry that the rest of the week is probably gonna be school related or pomodoro, but I'm always really happy to catch you when I can catch you, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm really happy again to be in the new place. I'm really happy to have gotten the opportunity to talk with you cubs and meet up on this wonderful middle of the week. Sorry. And yeah, we'll pretty much just go from there, right? Yeah. But let's do our little spiel again as I try to see if we can find someone to raid, okay? But you guys have to help me out because yeah, I always need help. Alright, but let me do the Discord spiel. Okay, thank you, Stream Elements. So if you're not a part of the Discord, what the heck are you doing? Feel free to join. On Tuesdays we do anime night, and then we're gamers sometimes, and maybe even today I could play some Fortnite later, but I don't know about that, Keith. But you're always more than welcome if any of the cubs are sitting into a VC. I know Weeb does a lot of Pomodoro, and you might catch me in there as well, especially at late night, so that's when you know I'm really struggling. If I'm in there at like 10 p.m. my time, like, Pomodoro. But yeah, please feel free to join. On Twitter, I don't have a schedule pinned up this week because of my life, unfortunately. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll definitely make it through. I'm sure it is some regards. And oh, do I have this person twice? Heck. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so I don't have a schedule pinned up, but I think I should be back. I don't know if I hate myself tomorrow, but I'm really probably gonna just do Quizlets and whatnot, and I don't really know what time I'll get out of work. It might be a little later, so if I'm here, great. If I'm not here, I'm sorry. But Friday I have the day off, but I'm gonna try to clean and unpack a little bit more, so I'll probably be streaming almost in the afternoon time, and I'll try to catch up with all the work that I have this week and try to study for that exam or practical on Sunday, because yeah. Alright, Cubs, let's see who we're gonna raid right now. Pull. Raid. So we have someone playing Dark Souls 2. He's my bearcat friend, Gate Snipe. We have... I want to say this person is playing Echo, but they're playing a lot of meme videos right now that keep like your attention distracted, like the Railroad Runner. I don't know if I should put them there, but we have someone playing Lies of P, and we also have someone who's just chatting. Oh, sorry, they're actually doing actual pomodoro though. Pomodoro. Yeah, I think that's good, right? Yeah, I don't think the person's changing from the distraction video, so yeah, those are your three. Oh, of course they do it now, heck. But yeah, we'll get the Umineko person next time, I'm sure. Lies of Pomodoro. Oh no, is that the secret 7P? I really want Lies of P, it looks fun. You know, I watched Tazo play. It does look pretty fun, not gonna lie. But I'm like very averted to Dark Soul games right now. Not because of anything. I think maybe just because I can't beat the stupid snake boss right now. But what was it? Some cop told me that I wasn't supposed to beat the snake boss. They're like, have you done this yet? And I'm like, what? Like I'm doing things slightly out of order, which is why it's making my life slightly miserable. But I don't know. Maybe I'll just get good one day. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. What Dark Souls is it? Well, I'm sorry. I'm playing Elden Ring. That's what I meant. Elden Ring. And I was playing Dark Souls 3 for a little bit, but it's not that I dropped it. I think Elden Ring had just came out, and I'm like, well, I'm just gonna work backwards. Yay! Dice. And so I made really good progress in Elden Ring too. I'm actually really sad that I haven't really played it as much as I would like to, but I mean, it is what it is, you know? Elden Ring difficulty is all over the place. Brother, Celeste's... No, I'm just... Anyway, they did a whack job at balancing. Oh, brother, tell me about it. Yeah, once I beat the snake guy, I'm sure I'll be really happy, but my next boss who I have to defeat is the fire giant, and he just sucks. Maybe because I'm a bad magic user who decided to go however you want to say it in Elden Ring terms, but like, oh my gosh, what is the class again? I don't want to just say mage, but you know what I mean? I basically everything is magic. Everyone hates fire giant. Okay, but I've seen people who do like cheesy skills and they're like, yeah, just tell them to jump off a mountain. Like, brother, I don't want to encourage that behavior. B, how do I do it? How do I do it? I don't know how I don't know how to damage him in that way. So, let's see. Oh, they patched a bunch of those? Oh, no wonder! I thought I was stupid! I didn't even know it works anymore? Great, I love that. Cubs, why you have to tie the pole? Okay. As much as I really do want to raid Gate, please support Gate. I don't think I see the other person. I don't think I see the other person stream that often. Or I think this is my first time seeing them. They have like a really pretty model. So that's I just like the color scheme a lot. Okay. So let's go ahead and support them. They're at the beginning of Lives of P2, so if you're kind of like, oh, but spoilers, Tipa, I'll be like, yeah, but you know. But yeah, thank you for the stream, Tipa. Have a good one. Thank you, Robo, for joining. I appreciate it. Thank you, Everycub, for joining me. Thank you for making, even though today's welcome back stream from moving as well, you know, a steady one. I'm very happy with today's stream. Again, it's really, I'm very happy to have caught up with most of you, if not all of you. One day we'll have fun. The next 2 weeks may not be as fun because of school, but I'll definitely try to see if we could squeeze in some gaming and have like a much more casual time. I think next week will be a much better week, you know what I mean? I think I only work one day. Only one day. So Monday, Tuesday could be our pomodoros. Maybe I could do a little double stream. Yeah, I think we're gonna be okay, Cubs. So yeah, let's go ahead and raid into, her name is, let me also shout her out really quick. Peta Primrose. Primrose. Yeah, Ballerina Raven VTuber. Cute. She's on a mission to play 100 different games on stream. What a cute, memorable goal. Oh my gosh.
Circus in my life.
She sounds so cute. Okay, Cubs. Let's go ahead and do that, okay? Okay. Make sure to copy paste the raid message and all that jazz, and I'll catch you, Cubs, maybe tomorrow, but definitely on Friday. Sorry for not having a set schedule this week. Ah! But lots of love to you. Please have a good rest of your morning. Yeah, I see it's midnight for some of you. Evening! Yeah, it's evening for me too. And your afternoon, have a good one. Oh, and night. Yeah, night. Yeah. Bye!